This regular school board meeting of the San Felipe Adoro CISD Board of Trustees to order. This November 16, 2020. Madam Secretary, would you do us the honor of calling roll before I mention that this meeting will be conducted by video conference in accordance with the governor's authorization concerning suspension of certain meeting law requirements for COVID-19 coronavirus disaster. Madam Secretary.
Mr. Contreras?
Present.
Ms. Malauulu? Ms. Haynes? Here.
Linda, your mic is
Mr. Mesa?
here.
Mr. Overfelt? Mr. Smith? And myself. Well, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Let the record show that we do have a quorum of board members and that this meeting was duly called and posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551. We will have opening ceremonies, first with a moment of silence for personal reflection, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. First item of business that we have on our agenda will be recognitions. Item 4. A, Fine Arts Recognition, Ricardo Rios. Dance Company, Mallory Polanco. Dr. Rios?
Ada Gomez will be making the introduction, sir.
Okay.
Good evening, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. This evening, I have the honor of introducing tonight's fine arts presentation. Mallory Polanco is the daughter of Gilbert and Kathy Polanco. As a senior, she is part of the dance company under the direction of Mrs. Diana Rodriguez. Mallory is also a member of the Del Rio Queens varsity basketball team. Without any further ado, please join me in watching the dance presentation by Miss Mallory Polanco.
I guess we're experiencing some technical difficulties. Here we go.
Everybody
SFDR-CISD.
Dr. Ruiz, I guess we didn't have any audio with that, right?
Yes, sir. We continue to have the technical difficulties bringing in video from the outside, but very nicely choreographed.
Dr. Ruiz, what was the recognition on her?
She's a senior and she's a co-captain. Mr. Rios isn't here, so I don't have the details, sir.
Okay. Well, again, I want to thank the control room for having that video is air and recognition of her. We go to item 5, canvassing a board of trustee election results for November 3rd, 2020. We will have Ms. Ramon, I believe, do the numbers by precinct and then total number by candidate. Is she on board already, Dr. Rios?
Yes, sir. There she is.
Okay. Hello, Janie.
Hello, how are you?
Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome. I believe that I am scheduled to give you the results of the election that we just had. And I'll do that by calling out the votes that each candidate received. And we can start with the trustee place 2. And that was Mr. De La Mota, who received 2,444. He also received 1 vote in the on the mail-in that came in on Monday by 5 o'clock. They had a deadline, the FPCA voters, military voters. So he received an additional 1 there. That is not part of the 2,444. So that makes it 2,445.
Janie, if I may, each board member should have a folder at their desk with these numbers. Thank you.
Do you want me to wait and make sure they have it, or? Okay.
They should have.
All right. The next candidate was Joseph D. Overfelt. He had 6,161 with an additional 4 on the FPCA Monday deadline. Glafido Fido had 2,993 with an additional 2. And then finally, Arturo Rodriguez, who had 1,524 with an additional 1 on that Monday. You had a total of 13,122 people voting in this in this race. And with 15 overvotes, which means people marked too many of them, and an undervote of 2,022, which means there were 2,000 voters who did not vote in this particular race. Next, we have trustee place 6. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Miss Ramon. It should be Joshua D. Overfelt as opposed to Joseph D. Overfelt.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I apologize, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
The next thing we have is place 6, and that was Mr. Diego M. Almaraz, who had 2,614 votes with 2 additional ones on that Monday. Felix Escobedo Jr., who had 3,244 with an additional 1. And then Hugo Sanchez, who had 2,512 with no additional votes. And Diana E. Gonzalez, who had 4,305 with an additional 5 from that Monday. You had a total of 2,675 people voting in this race, with overvotes of 12 and undervotes of 2,472. Then you have trustee place 7, and that was Jesus Emilio Galindo, 4,286 with an additional 2. And then you had Amy Haynes, who had 7,041 with an additional 6 on that Monday. And then finally you have Juan Leon with 1,264 and no additional votes on the Monday. That is a total of 12,591 persons with overvotes of 14 and undervotes of 2,554. That I believe is the 3 races that the school district had on the ballot.
Any questions?
Any questions?
I congratulate all the winners, and this board remains intact. Again, very good election on behalf of all the candidates, and following the procedures and doing the necessary paperwork in regard to reports. Again, this is for canvassing the final results for this November 3rd, 2020 election. Any questions from anyone? Jenny, once again, I want to thank you for the fine work that has been done, and for the election results, and for you being here to provide the numbers by totals for each candidate. And we thank you again for all the work that goes on behind the scenes in tallying all the ballots.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I will read. I, Raymond P. Mesa, President of the San Felipe Duro Consolidated Independent School District Board of Trustees, Del Rio of Valverde County, Texas, met with San Felipe Duro School Board trustees sitting on as a canvassing board to canvass the general election of November 3rd, 2020, this 16th day of November at Del Rio, Valverde County, Texas. I certify that the figures on the grand total report correspond with the figures on the returns. Witness by hand, the 16th day of November, 2020, Raymond P. Mesa, presiding officer of the Canvassing Authority. And this will be, again, the final paperwork in regard to the election of November 3rd, 2020. I congratulate each one of the candidates. Again, this is a fine board, and thank you for, again, doing the fine work as the Board of Trustee and everything that goes with that obligation. At this time, Dr. Rios, we will issue the certificate of election to newly officers, first with the statement of elected official, and then with the oath of office. So I believe Sandra Hernandez will be going to individual board members that were re-elected. And, I want to welcome again Mr. Pete Gallego. Yes, Dr. Rios.
Mr. Russ, I heard you read the verbiage for the canvassing of the votes. I just don't recall if the approval was called for, action by the board.
Yeah, I don't have an action on this item, but do we need to, it's not an action item, but we can do this after the oath is administered. Would that be fine, or do you want to do it before?
Let's do it before, that way we don't forget to come back, but it's up to y'all.
Okay, well, I did not see an action item on this, but at this time, we had no questions from board members again that ran for re-election. I congratulate each one of you, but I will ask again for a motion to approve the final results in the canvass of the election of November 3rd. Motion made by Joshua Overfelt, seconded by Mr. Fred Contreras. All those in favor, I'll start with Mr. Contreras. In favor, myself in favor, Diana Gonzalez in favor, Amy Haynes in favor, Ms. Linda Webb, Mr. Smith in favor, and Mr. Overfelt. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Dr. Rios.
Yes, sir. So now we'll go to the swearing in of the candidates, and we'll begin with Mr. Overfelt, since he has a guest. Mr. Overfelt will read the statement, and then he'll be sworn in by Mr. P. Gallego. How you doing, sir?
Muy bien. How are y'all?
Good to see you, sir. I just want to make sure we have a statement. Again, the candidates that will be sworn in will be signing. Is that?
Yes, each one should have it in front of them.
Okay, great. Okay. Then again, welcome, Mr. Gallego. We kind of missed.
Pleasure to see you again, Mr. Mesa. Hace mucho tiempo.
I know it's been a while since I have seen you in Del Rio, sir. Okay, we'll start with Joshua Overfelt. If you would administer the oath of office.
Mr. Overfeld, it is my pleasure as a former member of the legislature and state official to give you your oath of office. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me, inserting your name, or I insert mine. I, Pete Gallego,
I, Joshua D. Overfelt,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of San Felipe del Rio CISD Board of Trustees, Place 2,
of San Felipe del Rio CISD Board of Trustees, Place 2
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and of this state.
and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Overfeld, on your election and oath as a member of the San Felipe del Rio Consolidated Independent School District Board of Trustees.
Thank you, President Gallego.
Thank you all of you members, for your wonderful service to the students of Valverde County.
Thank you and greetings again from Valverde County.
I'll try not to make it so long next time, and hopefully we'll have an opportunity to visit about what Sal Ross can do to help make Del Rio a better place.
Thank you again, and we really appreciate you doing this for us.
Absolutely, it was a pleasure. The privilege was mine. Mr. Overfeld, muchísimas gracias. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Congratulations again, Mr. Overfelt.
Do you want me to read the statement also?
Yes.
Okay. I, Joshua D. Overfelt, do solemnly swear that I have not directly or indirectly paid, offered, promised to pay, contributed, or promised to contribute any money or thing of value, or promised any public office or employment for the giving or withholding of a vote at the election at which I was elected, or as a reward to secure my appointment or confirmation, whichever the case may be. So help me God. Title and position to which I was elected, San Felipe Del Rio CISD Board of Trustees, Place 2.
Thank you, sir. Again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, we go to next priest. Let's see, next place in order, Dr. Rios, which is that Amy?
We're gonna do Ms. Gonzalez. I believe Sandra's already standing by to
Okay,
This
Ms.
is
Gonzalez.
play 6.
It's place 6.
Good evening, Ms. Gonzalez. I'm going to ask you to read the statement first.
read the statement first.
Yes.
I, Diana E. Gonzalez, do solemnly swear that I have not directly or indirectly paid, offered, promised to pay, contributed, or promised to contribute any money or thing of value, nor promised any public office or appointment for the giving or withholding of a vote at the election at which I was elected, or as a reward to secure my appointment or confirmation, whichever the case may be. So help me God. Title and position to which elected and appointed was elected. San Felipe Del Rio CISD Board of Trustees, Place 6.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Please raise your right hand, and you'll repeat right after me. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
I, Diana E. Gonzalez,
I, Diana E. Gonzalez,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of the San Felipe Del Rio CISD Board of Trustees, Place 6,
of the San Felipe Del Rio CISD Board of Trustees, Place 6
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Next, we'll go on to our next candidate, again, Amy, and Sandra will be doing the same.
Good evening, Ms. Hayes,
Good evening.
and I'll have you read your statement.
I, Amy Haynes, do solemnly swear that I have not directly or indirectly paid, offered, promised to pay, contributed, or promised to contribute any money or thing of value, or promised any public office or employment for the giving or withholding of a vote at the election at which I was elected, or as a reward to secure my appointment or confirmation, whichever the case may be, so help me God. Title and position which I am elected is San Felipe Del Rio CISD Board of Trustees, Place 7.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Please raise your right hand. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
I, Amy Hayes,
I, Amy Haynes,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of the San Felipe Del Rio CISD
of the San Felipe Del Rio CISD
Board of Trustees, Place 7
Board of Trustees, Place 7
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Amy.
Thank you, Mr. Mesa.
Yes, Mr. Smith?
So, Mr. Mesa, can you hear me okay?
Yes. There's a
Okay.
little bit of an echo.
Is that better now? Is there no echo?
Yeah, yeah, much better.
Okay, sorry for that. Just wanted to take a moment myself to congratulate Josh and Amy and Deanna. I've been proud to work with you guys the past several years and look forward to continue to working with you guys. I know y'all had a 6-month delay in your election process, and I know that was probably some stress that was unwanted and unwarranted. But anyway, congratulations. I'm proud to be part of you guys, and I voted for all 3 of you for the record. So anyway, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. I just want to say that I think it's a vote of confidence on the work that you've done in the past in regard to your re-election. And I thank all the voters of Valverde County and Del Rio again for the support that they give the entire board. Congratulations. This time we'll go to item 7, organization of the Board of Trustees, election of officers pursuant to Board Policy BDAA, legal and local. After every election, again, this is something that we do, the reorganization of the officers of this board. So at this time, I will take any nominee for board president. Mrs. Webb.
Mr. Mesa, I would like to make a motion to keep you, Mr. Mesa, as board president. You have been instrumental in everything that we have undergone with COVID and everything else. So I would like to make a motion to keep you as president, sir.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I second it as well. So you're doing a good job. I see no reason to change.
Thank you, Mr. Orfeld. At this time, yes, Mr. Smith? I think you're.
Yeah, Mr. Mesa, you know, you've done a great job. I would support you as president. So.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we will take a vote. There's been a motion and a second. Since there's been a motion and a second, we'll take a vote. All those in favor, Mr. Contreras? 4. Myself 4. Diana in favor. Amy?
4.
In favor. Ms. Webb? In favor. Mr. Smith? In favor. And Mr. Orfeld? Thank you again. Thank you. At this time, I will take any nomination for vice president. Is there a motion? Mr. Orfeld?
Yes, sir. At this time, I nominate Ms. Webb to continue as vice president.
Thank you, Mr. Orfeld. Is there a second?
I second that as well.
Okay, Amy Haynes has seconded. All those in favor, again, Mrs. Webb for vice president, Mr. Contreras? In favor? Myself in favor. Diana Gonzalez in favor. Amy Haynes?
4.
In favor. And Mrs. Webb? In favor. Mr. Smith? In favor. And Mr. Orfeld? Motion carries unanimously. I will take nominations now for secretary of the board. Mr. Orfeld?
Mr. Mesa, I nominate or renominate Ms. Deanna Gonzalez to continue as secretary of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Orfeld. Mr. Contreras? I think you're muted.
Second the motion, Mr. Messi.
You second the motion. Okay, there's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, Mr. Contreras? In favor. Myself in favor. Diana Gonzalez favor. Amy Haynes,
4.
in favor. Linda Webb, in favor. Mr. Smith, in favor, and Mr. Orfeld. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, thank you very much. Again,
Congratulations.
appreciate again your vote of confidence on this board, and we continue to serve and do our work. Thank you again, everyone. We continue with the next item on our agenda, and we don't have any citizens to be heard. We don't have any public hearings. We don't have any board members report, but we go to reports. Item 11. Item A, state funding update by Moak, Casey and Associates, Amy Childress, and Josh Haney. And I believe we have some handouts.
Mr. Mesa, Ms. Childress will introduce our guest, and I'll control the screen. So Ms. Childress is our speaker. Ready?
I don't see him on the screen. Are you Mr. Haney?
You guys hear me?
Oh, there he is. All right. Good
Hello.
evening, Mr. Mesa, President Mesa, and Dr. Rios, members of the board. This evening, we have with us Mr. Josh Haney with Moat Casey and Associates to provide us with a state funding update.
Thank you.
Okay, and Amy, I guess, or Dr. Rios, are you guys going to be controlling the slides?
Yes, sir. I'll do that.
Okay, you can go ahead and advance to the second slide there. Okay, great. And so, again, my name is Josh Haney. I'm with Moat Casey and Associates. We're a school finance and accountability consulting firm based out of Austin, Texas. And we were asked by Dr. Rios and his team to give y'all a little bit of an update on the latest in school finance law, and in particular how property values now impact property tax rates under this new system created by House Bill 3. And so as you can see on that slide there, the current tax rate, which y'all adopted this past summer for the M&O, for the M&O portion of your tax rate is 0.9927. And the way the M&O tax rate works is it's broken out into three different tiers or levels. The first tier is tier 1. That equates for y'all to 0.8610. And then above that is tier 2. And tier 2 comes in 2 levels. The first level, level 1, also called golden pennies. You guys adopted 8 golden pennies. And then after that is the copper penny zone. And you guys have adopted 5.17 copper pennies. So again, that's a grand total of 0.9927 for your M&O rate for 2020. So House Bill 3 created a system. It sort of changed the way M&O taxes work. Going forward, it created this system of automatic tax compression. And the tax compression is based on 2 factors. It's based on the controller's estimate of statewide property value growth. And then for the first time this year, it also looks at your local property value growth. And there's sort of different levels of compression that can occur depending on your district's individual property value growth. And so just to kind of remind you all of how we got to the current tax rate, in 2018, you guys had $1 in that first tier, tier 1, and you guys adopted through your TRE 15.98 tier 2 pennies for a grand total of $1.1598. Then in the first year of House Bill 3, it reduced everybody's tax rate uniformly across the state. It reduced it by 93%. And just that tier 1 portion was reduced by 93%. And so as you can see there, that first $1 got compressed down to 93 cents. And then it also had a copper penny component. Some compression occurred in the tier 2 range of the tax rate, but I'll touch on that here. in a moment. For now, I'm just going to focus on tier 1. So as you can see there, that first dollar went down to 93 cents. And then in tax year 2020, that 93 cents, yeah, go ahead and go on to the next, there we go. Then in the second year House Bill 3, which is tax year 2020, the local compression provision came online. And so what that means for y'all's district is that the 93 cents was compressed down to 86.10. And again, that's because of, you know, in 2019, everyone got compressed equally by the 93%. In tax year 20, this variable compression scheme came online. And if we go to the next slide, we can kind of see, you know, that 86.10 wasn't just plucked out of the sky. There's formulas included in state law that sort of determine what the tier 1 rate is depending on your local property value growth. And so here, this graph kind of shows what the possible tier 1 rates are under House Bill 3. So if you saw very little growth, you know, between 0 and 4%, your tier 1 rate would have been compressed from 93 pennies down to 91.64. But you guys saw pretty robust growth there in your district. And so year-over-year growth came out to about a little bit more than 11%. And so you can see we follow that line down to 11%, and that comes to 0.8610. And so that's how your tier 1 rate is calculated. You can see there at the bottom that under House Bill 3, there is a floor there. And so even if you guys grew, you know, in excess of about 16% or more year over year, House Bill 3 would only let you be compressed so far. And if we go to the next slide, this graph is now redrawn for this next tax year, for tax year 2021. And so let's say you guys don't grow at all, you see 0 growth, which is probably not likely, but in the event that occurs, your tier 1 rate will never go back up. It'll only stay or go lower than what it was. So you can see if you grow to about 2.5%, it'll stay at 0.8610. And then if you grow in excess of 2.5%, that's when that local compression starts kicking in. And that's sort of the diagonal part of that curve there. And you can see there that it does flatten back out again. And because you guys saw such sort of robust growth in tax year 20, your bandwidth is a little bit narrower than it was before, because you're still going to hit that floor, which that floor is kind of determined by, according to state law, it's 90% of the highest tier 1 rate in the state. And so because there's certainly going to be districts in the state that don't grow next year, we can kind of project what that floor is going to be. And actually the controller has come out with revised value projections since I sent these slides over. And so what that means is the floor is going to probably be around 82.47, somewhere around there. We kind of know that with a little bit more certainty now. But all that means is if you guys grow at in excess of 7-8% year over year, then you guys are very likely to be compressed all the way down to the floor under House Bill 3. And we'll talk about a little bit more what that means here later on. All right, and so then just to kind of recap, what does tax compression under Tier 1 really mean? And so it's a common sort of misconception that the Tier 1 tax compression is going to directly reduce your district's budget. And the way this works is you can kind of imagine, I'm sure you guys may have heard the bucket analogy that's commonly used when describing school finance, right? So the way this works is you have your Tier 1 entitlement, right? You have different entitlements in the school finance system. For Tier 1, your entitlement is due to the number of students you have, the type of students you have, how often they attend, that kind of thing. And that determines essentially how big of a bucket you get, how big your entitlement is under Tier 1. The tax compression component in House Bill 3 doesn't impact the size of your entitlement or the size of your bucket, right? What the compression formulas do dictate is how much local funds can go into that bucket first, right? So you fill up the bucket with local funds, and then state funds come in on top of that, and to fully fund, to result in a full funding of your entitlement. So again, your entitlement is still going to be driven by number of students, the type of students, and attendance. Those are going to be sort of the three main ways you can grow your district's revenues. The tax compression that I've talked about so far doesn't impact that entitlement calculation. But on the second bullet point, it does impact the state local share of how that entitlement is funded. So then we can go into the next slide. I'm going to start talking about Tier 2. And so you can see there that you guys have 13.17 pennies adopted in Tier 2. And the breakout there is 8 golden pennies and 5.17 copper pennies. And we can go to the next slide, and I can tell you a little bit more about what that means. So golden pennies, as you can see there, they carry a little bit of a higher yield, right? And so what that means is the state is going to guarantee $126.88 per penny per watt of in the golden penny zone. And so that just means that for those pennies are going to draw down more state aid than copper pennies. So you can see under House Bill 3, the number of golden pennies available grew from 6 to 8, but the yield decreased from 126.88 down to 98.56. So a little bit of a trade-off there. You got the golden pennies became less valuable, but you got more of them. And there's no compression on golden pennies under House Bill 3. But for copper pennies, the number of copper pennies that are allowed, that districts are allowed to levy, decreased from 11 down to 9. So it's still a 17-cent max in Tier 2, but just more golden pennies, fewer copper pennies in that mix. But the yield here went up. So the yield went up from $31.95 to $49.28. Now with the copper pennies, we did see some compression, and that's now tied to, under House Bill 3, that's tied to increases in the basic allotment. So if we go to the next slide, in 2019, we did see some increases in the basic allotment, right? This was the first year of House Bill 3. If you guys will recall, the basic allotment increased from 5140 to 6160. That triggered this copper penny compression. And so two copper pennies switched over, became golden pennies. The remaining copper pennies were compressed. And so that left you guys with 13.17 pennies in the Tier 2 zone, and for a grand total of 1.0617. And then for tax year 2020, there was no increase in the basic allotment. And so that just means that there was no compression triggered in the Tier 2 zone of your tax rate. And so those 13.17 pennies, they just carry right on over from tax year 19. And so they just carry over to tax year 20. And so you take the Tier 1 rate that I talked about earlier, you add in your Tier 2 pennies, and that gets you a total of 0.9927. That is your sort of maximum allowable tax rate under state law without holding a voter approval tax rate election. And so if we go to the next slide, you can see that you do still have some taxing capacity under state law. And so again, just as before House Bill 3, districts could adopt 17 pennies above their Tier 1 rate. Before House Bill 3, the math was easy. Your Tier 1 rate was just $1. Now under House Bill 3, your tier 1 rate is more variable, right? It's going to be compressed depending on your local property value growth. But the sort of discretionary pennies that you guys can adopt is still 17 cents above that tier 1 rate, whatever it is, depending on your local property value growth. And so because, in part because you guys didn't go all the way up to the 17 cents before, and because of the copper penny compression under House Bill 3, you guys still have 3.83 pennies of taxing capacity left under the state cap. One thing to note here is that because of COVID-19, of course, the governor has declared a statewide disaster, and that has triggered a provision of the tax code whereby districts can temporarily adopt a higher M&O rate all the way up to the cap without holding a voter approval tax rate election. So you don't have to adopt those pennies, but I just want to bring up and make y'all aware that under this provision of the tax code, districts are able to temporarily adopt M&O, a higher M&O tax rate than they normally otherwise would have due to this disaster declaration. So you guys could go all the way up to the 17 pennies above tier 1 next year. And so it's the year after in which the disaster occurred. And so this would impact your 2021 tax rate that you adopt next summer. And so again, it's not required, but it is an option for your district to just sort of get some extra revenue just for 1 year to help offset some of those extra costs due to COVID-19. And so I can go to the next slide. Thank you. So kind of zooming out to the big picture, what does this all mean for our district revenues? Because of this tax compression and just given y'all's your district's wealth and student population, the way that property value growth now impacts your budget is that it really doesn't have much of an impact. It doesn't result in significantly more M&O revenues available to your district. So House Bill 3, if you remember sort of prior to House Bill 3, it was based on prior year property values. And so there was this element of the school finance system called lag money, which was just extra money that your district essentially got to spend due to the fact that the system was based on prior year property values. House Bill 3 has now changed the system to now be based on current year property values. And so there's no extra boost really that you get from having robust property value growth. Now the system recognizes your value growth in the year in which it occurs, and so there's no lag money, as it's called. Also, like I mentioned before, property value growth results in tier 1 tax rate compression down to the floor. And so again, your entitlement is still determined by the mix of students that you have and the number of students you have and how often they attend school. But this compression is going to sort of it's going to impact the state-local split of how your entitlements are funded. And so if we can go to the next slide, I kind of included some various growth scenarios. This is for the 21-22 school year. And so you can kind of see there that and along the different columns represent different property value growth scenarios. So you can see the ADA is consistent across. I've just projected that no matter what, next year you guys are going to have 9,170 students, or ADA rather. But the different columns show the different property value growth scenarios. And so you can see from 5% to 10%, you can see your M&O rate is going to get compressed a little bit. But then once you hit 10% value growth, you're going to start hitting that floor, that tax rate compression floor in your House Bill 3. And so your tax rate is going to be consistent for the 10% growth scenario and upwards. So that's why those values are all the same from 10% on. And then of course I have the property values there just to kind of show you what I plugged into the model. And really the big takeaway is that you can see your across the growth scenarios, your state aid in tier 1 and tier 2, they're going to decline as you guys get wealthier, depending on the property value growth scenario. The state aid is going to decline, tax collections are going to increase, right? Because they're now tied up to higher levels of property value growth. But overall, for your total M&O revenues, it's going to stay fairly constant. And the reason you see a slight decline there is because of y'all's local optional homestead exemption. I don't want to get too far in the weeds here, but the gap between what the state thinks you guys should be able to pay and what you guys actually can pay because of the local optional homestead exemption grows because of the increase in values. The model that I have here assumes that you would lose more value under the local optional homestead exemption as your property values increase. And so that's kind of what's going on there. You can see it's not much of a difference, but that's kind of explains why there's a little slight decline in your total M&O revenues, as your values increase. That may not actually be the case once you actually plug in your actual property value data. It's all going to depend on sort of that mix of residential and commercial property and how those different properties grow in each scenario. So this is kind of a simplistic view of it, but this should kind of give you a basic sense of the dynamics and how the sort of school finance system works under House Bill 2. And so I'll stop there, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to let me know, and thanks again for having me. And congratulations to all of the newly elected or re-elected board members.
I have some questions for you. I know that this year is not your usual year, but I guess Dr. Rios can answer this. We have a hold harmless for ADA. I believe it's first reporting period, second reporting period, it might be third reporting period. But do we know beyond that, Dr. Rios?
No, sir. At this time, they've guaranteed the first and second reporting period. We have to file paperwork for the third reporting period, but that's a very easy task to do. But beyond that, which includes the second semester, we're required to increase our enrollment. So hopefully we can increase the enrollment, particularly of the pre-kinder and kinder students, which is where we're lagging behind at least more than the other grade levels.
So right now, we're just assured for first, second, and third reporting period?
Yes, sir. That's all we're assured for. Now, we've done the budget for this year. We've looked at it numerous times, and we've taken the guarantee that we have for the first 6 weeks, and then budgeted for the rest of the year. And we've cut back enough to where we're going to be fine this year. We, of course, haven't filled a whole lot of the vacancies, and that saved a lot of money. So we're good for this year, Mr. Mesa.
So, Dr. Reyes, in regard to the students that were somewhat lost, that 125 students, I think, was a number. Any attempts to recover those students?
We're working with, particularly with pre-kinder, but it's difficult for the parents to want to send them in, especially if there's nobody at home to guide them on the online instruction. So that continues to be a struggle, Mr. Mesa, and I believe that we'll make some headway here as we go into the second semester, but not enough to overcome as many students as lost. And
Mr. Ham, I believe the innocent property value was 11 affect the
Correct. I think because property materially
generate values in the county.
well, I mean, the sort of geography growth in of it is
I'll turn it over.
Importance of having first but it'll have no significant impact. Overall, it won't have an effect, but so we want to be the board. This is going to as we to
I don't I would say current now just
Raise someone
Thank you. Correct.
President Mesa, Dr. Rios, members of the board.
Mr. Cole,
there are basically three of them. There's administrator, which manages claims, made no sense was to do stop yeah, again, plan. And for you, that number is $600,000 for the planned year. So on any one individual within the plan, the district is funding and paying claims up to $600,000 on one person. That number is variable. It could be higher or lower, but that's where it's been. That seems to have been working pretty well. So there's a premium that we pay to the insurance company for them to guarantee those amounts if an individual went above 600,000 up to unlimited, because there's no limit to the amount of claims that can be paid on an individual. The second component of the stop loss is called aggregate stop loss, and what that coverage does is says that for all the claims that are paid on everybody that's covered, employees, dependents, spouses, kids, everybody, it cannot exceed a number for the year. So what that does is give the district a budgetable worst case scenario for the entire year for claims. It certainly can be less, and 99% of the time your claims volume will be less than that maximum liability, but it does provide a good backstop and as I mentioned, a budgetable worst case scenario number for the district. So when we're looking at what is the best stop loss, we take into account both of those things, but there's also a component that doesn't fit on a spreadsheet very well, but it is also important. So because the claims administrator is Aetna, and they're obviously, you know them, they're a major insurance company, they are not well suited to working with outside stop loss. So the process would be if a person went over the 600,000, or if the district went over their maximum liability for the entire year, we would then turn around and file a claim with that stop loss carrier for reimbursement, right? So when those two things are integrated, meaning Aetna is both the administrator and the stop loss carrier, that process becomes very, very seamless. And there's no delay of time, there is no lag, there is no question about whether the amount will be reimbursed, because Aetna's the one that paid the claim, Aetna's the one insuring the stop loss, and there's just a perfect integration of those two things. So the reasoning for our recommendation to remain with Aetna was primarily around that integration and the ability to lessen, in my view, risk of a stop loss claim going a direction we don't want it to go, because they are one and the same and integrated. There were a couple of carriers that were slightly less in premium or maximum liability, but not significantly so. And consequently, I recommended we remain with Aetna. And we can go over as much detail as you would like, Dr. Rios, but overall, our premium was up about 4.5%, so relatively small number, and that amounts to, oh, I don't know, $40,000 annually increase in premium on a overall health plan spend of $10 or $11 million. So relatively small increase on that component. Our maximum liability was up $400,000. So not major numbers. So about 4.5% overall on everything was the increased amount. And so it seemed fair, it seemed reasonable. And the other bidders, while they may have been slightly less, we have this issue of potential integration issues that we just want to avoid in all cases, particularly where when the stop loss is at 600,000, if someone goes way above that, we're talking about a very, very sick individual that's probably going to have a lot of claims beyond that. We just don't want to introduce any potential risk there unless there's a significant savings to do so. And in this case, it did not seem to be the case. So recommendation was to renew with Aetna. The RP was useful. It made Aetna come down a fair amount. And so we're glad we did that. But I do think we should renew the contract with Aetna, and that's been the recommendation. So open to any questions anyone has about that.
So will this remain constant pretty much? You say that 4.5% perhaps, will that remain constant with this virus still going on and maybe continuing for a longer time?
It is locked in through the entire calendar year of 2021. So our next renewal would be for January of 2022, when I think that will have shaken out. So what we saw during the year as a result of COVID was a couple of months where our claims volume actually decreased significantly because people were not getting elective surgeries. So if you had a knee surgery scheduled in April, you probably were not getting that surgery. We do expect that to catch up, and those surgeries will be done either later this fall or perhaps even into next year. But by the end of 2021, we certainly expect to have no remaining lag from that, from the virus.
Thank you. I'll open it up for board members if you have any questions. Anyone? Dr. Reyes, I'll turn it over. Mr. Contreras, did you have a question?
Do have a case. If we have any high risk, if through the year we did have any high risk that fall under the stop loss due to COVID, do you think the state will do any exceptions or help in any way to or make a difference or to the district?
I do not. I've not heard of any kind of assistance from the state on any of the health plans. So I would not anticipate that.
Dr. Reyes?
Oh, again, Mr. Mesa, because this was delegated to Brown & Brown, and because the person that we're recommending was slightly higher, we wanted to make sure that we're completely transparent as to why we want to stay with Aetna in our recommendation. And I think Mr. Colway did an excellent job in explaining to the board and being transparent about it. So thank you, Mr. Colway.
A pleasure, sir.
Thank you, sir. And I think it's quite obvious that they would be the ones to monitor more closely what direction the stop loss is going in regard to the amount.
Sir.
With no further questions, I want to thank you for your presentation tonight.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Greg.
Look forward to seeing you in person soon.
Thank you. Good night. We'll continue with our agenda. Next item we have is item 11C, San Felipe Pedro CISD COVID-19 update. Dr. Rios and Dr. Laura Palau.
Mr. Mesa, members of the board, during the last board meeting, there was some questions about how the district was moving forward with the decisions we were making. And I mentioned that perhaps every other meeting, we can invite a representative from the local health authority to just give us a summary of some of the data and the decisions that were made. Very fortunate Dr. Palau could join us. And so she has a presentation, and then maybe after the presentation, if there are some questions, we can
Great. Welcome, Dr. Palau. And with this COVID-19, there seems to be questions all the time, and we're so glad that you're available for us to provide information and update. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll try to be brief. I know I want to dedicate more time to your questions than anything else. So basically, this is the updated graph for today. It just kind of shows you how we're seeing an uptick of cases. We're not seeing the high peaks that we did in July. I am guessing it's because of our COVID task force that are keeping the infection more contained, and also people know and some of them are being safer. So today we're reporting additionally 62 new cases, one additional death. So we are in 131, and currently there are 10 hospitalizations in PVRMC with 16 or 17 transfers. Can you click next? Thank you. So instead of showing the positivity rate that we're trying to adjust to our new testing with the kiosks, I'm going to show you the weekly new cases and the average daily new cases per week. So as you can see, from the beginning of October to the end of October, basically we doubled the amount of cases per week. And right now we're seeing almost 22 cases daily on average. So this is just a distribution of the active cases that I thought might interest you, as currently we're seeing a younger population being infected. And I think the schools and myself have been witness to that. So I think the group that is has the highest number is 30s to 40s, and that means that there are young people, early couples that have young children. So when they get infected, we also see a reflection of that on our schools. And also our groups from 2 to 18, as you can see, they're among the higher groups that are positive. On average, we have an age of 38 years old. So I wanted to show you this because I think it's important to consider what is the reason for our infections. So obviously family contact is number one, but second two would be community, and the school is part of that community, community acquisition. So we're seeing a lot of cases that either get infected in the school or get infected by the family, and then the kids show up to school with the family being infected, and that's how we've seen some transmission in school. And then this is just a description of our asymptomatic cases, which we believe it's around 17%. Obviously, this is a little biased because we usually test people that are symptomatic, but still with these new kiosks that we have, we are finding more asymptomatic people. So that's why this has been increasing. And obviously, as you can see in the age distribution, there's mostly younger patients. And the average age here is 36 years old, but you cannot use average to define the population because the distribution is skewed to the left. And same as the general population, family is number one reason, followed by community. So here, going a little detail in cases in school. I don't know if somebody talked before me about this, but I think this chart is really easy to simplify how everything is. So face-to-face, right now, there are 21 confirmed COVID positive cases that are active. So this is within 2 weeks. Obviously, during the course of school being open, there have been more, I think around 80 something cases. And then students exposed to positive household members. I want to include these because I consider them being positive or potentially being infectious to others too. So adding this up, we have 45 students that are potentially infectious that are going to school daily. And then we want to look on the online too, because the fact that we have online option actually saves us a lot. Because as you can see, there are 65 online students that are potentially infectious. And I think this is something very important to consider, that it's a good thing that we have online students. I don't understand why the reason we have more online than face-to-face, probably because the fact that they're going to school and school is being more cautious with students, not allowing them to come when they have symptoms, or asking them to provide medical notes or COVID tests for them to return to work if they were sick, kind of manages a little the infection control on their part. And for confirmed COVID positive staff members, combined teachers and school staff, we have 20, with one of them being hospitalized. You go next. So here I wanted to show the trends of how it's been for us from our side. Basically, you can see that all of them are increasing. For this week, this last week, November 9 to 13, we're still adding cases because we're still processing the ones from Friday and the weekend. So that's why it seems that they're less than the second week that I show here. I also think it's important to note that the face-to-face students that are exposed to a positive household member are also increasing. So then here I just added what I said with the other chart, the potential infectious index cases that are confirmed positive and the ones that are exposed to a positive household member. I think this is important to mention due to the fact that regarding the policy that they're implementing about students that are failing online are going to be transferred to face-to-face. So considering now face-to-face poses a risk for students because not all of the classrooms can achieve a 6 feet distance apart. Not all of them are have good ventilation. Younger kids sometimes take their masks off because they cannot be with their masks all day, or they go to PE, and even though the teachers instruct them to be separate, they do tend to get together. So if we consider bringing more online students to face-to-face, well, that social distancing would not be very much possible or not ideal. So the consequence will be that we will have to quarantine more students. So in the second graph here, basically shows the number of students that were quarantined per week. So as you can see, currently we are quarantining around 90 students from the 16 different campuses. And I think we're still working on adding four new cases that we still need to assess if we need to quarantine more people. So I think every decision from now on, every time needs to consider all the information available. And I think we also need to get this in consideration, knowing that Thanksgiving is coming and families will tend to gather together or travel out of the state. So probably cases would also continue increasing due to that if people are not as safe as we would want to. And so I don't know if you've heard the news also that some states are closing again, including Michigan, Illinois, and I think Minnesota. So usually Texas is like 3 to 6 weeks behind those states. So I think the board also needs to consider a plan in case something happens, in case hospitalizations start going up again and the governor decides to close. I think that's all.
Dr. Palau, Commissioner of Education Mike Morath is providing rapid tests for students, I believe, that will be tested. Dr. Rios, is it once a week for the rapid test?
Mr. Mesa, through the TA, we are receiving a little bit north of 2,000 tests per month. And then it is up to the school district to decide what population will be tested. When I shared an update with the board, we talked about testing some students in athletics and then students who might be symptomatic. Since then, we've talked to Dr. Palau and seen some of the practices of other school districts who were in the pilot program, because other districts received their testing kits before the rest of us did. And since then, we've talked about testing students in all extracurricular activities because of the travel and because of the after-school practices, and they lend themselves less to structured social distancing. So starting next week, we will begin testing students in extracurricular activities weekly, and then the remaining tests that we have, we are going to offer them to staff that wants to voluntarily test.
Right, my understanding is that staff will be tested almost twice as many times as students.
Well,
if you choose to.
Now the students in extracurricular activities will be tested weekly. That would only leave about 500 tests for staff who choose to test. So we'll have 500 staff being tested per month. Again,
it's also my understanding that once you are at 25% tests remaining, you can request additional tests from the state.
Yeah, yes, sir. Our lead nurse will be submitting inventories to the state weekly, and based on those inventories, the state will keep replenishing us and hopefully increasing the amount of tests as they are available.
Okay. Dr. Palau, there is a state website from TA that all the reporting is there in regard to COVID. And it seemed like our positivity rate, the last that I saw, was like 15%. And it's much lower in San Antonio. You know, they were at 5%, they're 4%. And, you know, telling what will happen after the Thanksgiving holiday. But it seemed like from across the state, there's been so many things that have been placed at school settings with plexiglass and everything from shower curtains but it seems to be the majority of cases come from parents, working in places that are confined and a large number of workers, and they come to school but our rate still is quite high compared to other districts, and that is one of the biggest worry that I have as a board member, because we know that families get together during Thanksgiving and families come from travel from different areas, and so that's for sure going to probably raise that positivity rate. But I'm so glad to see that we do have testing available in Del Rio at the sites, that you get your results within 24 to 48 hours. And I think people are taking advantage of that. But I still worry about the positivity rate. And I know that one of the biggest worries that we have as board members is parents still send them to school regardless of, whether they were exposed. And so it's an issue that we hear constantly, and it doesn't seem to get any better. Is the contact program getting a lot better in regard to telling parents to quarantine their children as well?
So yes, actually, what we did was we modified our quarantine order. So now instead of saying that the individual needs to quarantine and then we enforcing the quarantine from the rest of the household, the order now says the individual and the household needs to quarantine. So that has helped a lot to contain the household members from leaving. Obviously, we do have cases where the household members leave and we need to enforce the quarantine, but that has helped a lot. And I think since the beginning of school opening until now, I've seen that that enforcing of the parents not bringing the kids to school when they're sick or they have tested has improved. We do have some cases that they do seem to continue sending their kids to school, but it has definitely improved. And yes, as you said, right now our biggest source is outside of school. So the cases that are among school are a few. I would say maybe like 5% that are in school transmission. Mostly also for staff, is the source of infection is in school, and then it will be outside of school for them hanging out with the same staff outside, and that also affects. And San Antonio, I think positivity rate is 8% right now. And for us, we have a cumulative 15%, but we're working on getting a 7-day run positivity rate. And I think our most accurate one is 11%. So I think we're gonna start reporting that now because it shows a more accurate description of what's happening. And the fact that we're doing more testing with the kiosks also helps lower the positivity rate. So we do still have a high positivity rate, but it's not 15%.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. I know Mr. Overfeld has a question. I'll turn it over to him.
Sure, thank you. I have several. Let's start with what is the quarantine time for a student or an employee who tests positive?
Okay, so quarantine, every case is different. I know you've heard this before. So quarantine is usually 14 days. It depends a lot. If a student was close contact in a classroom, what we do is we issue a 14-day quarantine with the option to test at 7 days post-exposure. Studies have found out that people who are exposed usually test at day 1 or 2, and the rate of false negative rate is really high. It's around 60%, and it decreases with the days. So usually by day 8, it's 20. And then after day 9, it starts increasing again. So what we did, in order to get the students back in the safest way manner and to allow the parents to return to their activities like work, we recommended them to test at day 7. Usually results would come back at day 10 or 11. And if they're negative and if they're symptom-free, they're allowed to return to school. If we consider that the exposure was too high, that we cannot risk that 7 to 10 day for them to return, we do ask them to quarantine for the whole 14 days.
Okay, so in going with that, if I am a teacher and someone in my hallway tested positive and I am told to quarantine for 14 days, test negative at 7 days, 8 days, but I'm not being released by the health authority until the end of the 14 days. We're saying it's because there was an extreme risk of being infected.
So in those cases, we've waived the 7 days because the person went to eat dinner with this positive case, or went to the gym, or rode in their car for 30 minutes. So it was not just like, hey, without a mask, it was prolonged exposure. So we do wait the 14 days in case. I think 97% of the infections should appear by day 10. But if we see that the exposure was too much, we cannot risk that 3%. So we just wait the 14 days. And if they are part of the household members, they do 14 days straight. They don't have the option to waive for 7 days.
Okay. And with that, if a family member or a in-law had contact with that individual, what would be a reason why they would be allowed to return to work before the teachers in my pod are allowed to return to work?
I don't understand. Can you repeat? So you mean?
So I've got in my wing at a school, I had someone test positive, and we were all in the same hallway, or all in the same wing. So I had to go along with 3 other members of the staff into quarantine there, and because the person was contagious while on campus, we've been ordered 14 days. What happens why would an individual who is related and teaches at another campus be cleared so much faster, even though they had probably way more contact than I did with that individual? Why would they be cleared to come back to work faster than me and the rest of the individuals in my wing?
So do you mean clear that after 7 days exposure, or?
I can almost guarantee you it was less than 7 days.
So that was not right. And if I did that, I'm sorry. So usually the same thing applies. When I hear about a case, I do ask a lot of questions. And if it's exposure, I usually ask, okay, they were exposed. What defined the exposure? So usually, as you said, if it was a hallway and people were wearing masks, and it was prolonged, okay, so maybe it was high exposure, but it was not as high as riding a car or having dinner with this person. And for the relative, I mean, I'm assuming that they had longer exposure, like going to their house for hours. So I mean, I think that was maybe a mistake, but I need to look at the case more in depth and see the names and all the situation too.
Okay.
But yeah, usually that's not what should happen.
Can you define close contact and what would cause if an individual was on campus and sick, or was on campus and then tested positive the next day, obviously, what's considered close contact, and why would we not quarantine a bunch of students who were in there for several hours with that teacher, just so that we can understand what close contact is?
Okay, so close contact means, obviously, well, first of all, define that an individual is contagious 2 days prior to starting to have symptoms. if the person was asymptomatic and tested, we usually start counting 2 days before, but we don't have no way of knowing if the person was contagious 1 month before, but we still count 2 days before. So we define close contacts. The CDC changed this rule recently. So now it has to be within 6 feet of distance with poor ventilation and having a 15-minute contact, but distributed along 24 hours. So it's no longer like, oh, I had contact 2 minutes with this person and then 3 minutes here and then 4 minutes there. No. So now it's 15 minutes throughout the day. So yes, for students, I mean, I would love to quarantine whole classrooms, but if we did that, the school will be closed. So what we do is talk to the teachers, I talk to the POCs in each campus. They send me seating charts. I see pictures of seating charts and we actually go to visit these classrooms, and the desks that are too close to this person, all the surrounding desks are quarantined, all of them. We do, when the classroom has partitions, we do take those into consideration. But sometimes when they have partitions, they do affect the ones that are on the sides. So we do quarantine those too. And we usually talk to the teachers to see if the students hang around another student in PE that's not sitting close to them, or in recess. So with all that information, that's when we decide to quarantine. I think we do have a very aggressive way of quarantining. So in my opinion, if I see that someone is 5 feet apart, I do quarantine them. And I do recommend the POCs to quarantine them. When I see that there are more than, when a second case appears in the classroom, I do quarantine all of them. And that's what we started doing. I don't know if I explained myself.
Yeah, I get it. Thank you. So, and I appreciate what you're doing. I'm not directing anger at you or anything like that in that last case about it being your fault or anything like that. So please don't take it that way. With mask mandates and stuff like that, and Dr. Rios, this is going to be kind of for you there. We talk about the tests that are coming in from TEA that we're going to have, and you make the statement of we're going to test all our extracurricular and stuff like that because they're going different places and stuff. We had the incident last week there with one of our athletics teams where you went in and notified us, and the whole team had to get tested before they were allowed to come in. And unfortunately, it comes within that 1 or 2 day window. Dr. Palau mentions that it's more than likely going to come back negative, as opposed to waiting several more days and then testing to see if anyone developed, and that creates a false sense of security. And I think the thing I want to stress is if we're going to stress that teachers and students are going in and wearing masks and stuff like that, then the exact same standard has to be held for our athletic teams there, because I've got pictures from Friday night from homecoming of individuals on the coaching staff not wearing their mask on the sideline and stuff of players not going in. And I believe the directive is when you're not out on the field and you're on the sidelines, everyone's supposed to be put up. Coach Smith went in and said, we bought all these gaiters for everybody to go in and wear. So you've got a football team with a whole bunch of people down there on the sideline, huffing and puffing after coming off a play and stuff like that, and mingling around, and then you've got coaching individuals who are not following protocol. And this is going to be a very unpopular opinion. If we're focusing so much on testing extracurricular and athletics there because we want to be able to play and stuff like that, we're only going to have 500 tests left for students and staff there, as was said earlier. Maybe we should consider shutting down all extracurricular there and going and saying sorry. The health of the city and everyone else comes before before athletics and extracurricular. I know football is king in Texas, but we're still all over the place, in my opinion, on how we are enforcing and trying to keep this from becoming a problem. And Thanksgiving is around the corner in 4 days. And as much as they're saying everybody don't gather, we know dang well what's going to go in and happen. So I'd rather test my students who are coming to class, especially because of what TEA just threw at us. And I'm going to get into that next when we get into that particular subject. I'm not going off on it now. So yeah, I'll yield the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Overfeld. Mr. Contreras, I think you raised his hand first.
Yes, I did. Josh, I kind of agree with you in a lot of what you said, but good evening, Dr. Palau. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it. I'm pretty sure everybody out there that's listening and tuning in really appreciate it. I do have a few questions. The first one is, does the CDC have some type of guidelines for you guys to follow as far as what is defined close contacts, extreme contact, or do you guys just make up on your own based on what you are seeing in the community? Because I think that's very pertinent to the kids and the parents, along with the staff being, kept at their home and being out there. So do you have some type of guidelines at the CDC, or does the local government or the county, not the county judge, but the county have guidelines for you to follow? Or they just give you a open book and you make up as you go, whatever you think?
So I do use the CDC to rely on a lot, specifically with close contact, when to quarantine. When it comes to the little things, I do a lot of research on my own, not just CDC, just looking at papers and statistics. So I do rely on that for the small decisions.
Okay, it just seems that there's I know Josh gave you an example of being in the hallway and then a brother-in-law and this. It just seems that there's a lot of factors that play into your decisions.
Yeah, and I would love if CDC had like a chart and you would just like put all the factors in and then it will calculate the results, but it doesn't work like that. And every case is different. Every case is different. So the structure is the same, but you have to consider all the factors. And also the experience that I've had, it helps to define what would be the probable outcome.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was just wondering, I mean, because I've had several situations, not only from what I understand in the school district, but also in my own profession, that, they fluctuate. They go from extreme to the other one. So that's one.
If that happens, you can just contact me and we can address that situation.
Okay. All right. And then one that I have as far as asking your suggestion, what do you think the school should do right after Thanksgiving? I mean, because it is going to, like Mr. Overfeld said, whether they suggest not to gather, not to have family gatherings, it's going to happen. And I think we're going into uncharted territory here, especially going to the flu season, the seasonal allergies, and now this playing a part. I mean, so what would be your suggestion?
Okay, so for obviously we don't cancel Thanksgiving, but what we we're gonna start doing is start issuing recommendations on how to have the safest Thanksgiving we can. And I'll get together with Sandra so that the parents receive these recommendations too, meaning that if they want to get together with their family or travel, we have the free kiosks there. We can take all the family, test 4 days before. So everyone that gets together, we know it's at least, there's a chance that that's a small chance that they're positive. If they're having symptoms, stay home. If they're gonna get together, make sure the gathering is 10 people at most. Right now the weather is really nice, so if you can gather outside and eat outside, it's the best. Or if you're gonna do indoors, open the windows so that airflow is going through. To wear a mask when you're not eating or drinking, I know that's a difficult one. And as for schools, I know Comstock is gonna delay the Thanksgiving break until Wednesday, so that if there's any family member that would pop up with symptoms, they would stop there and would not go to school. If not, I would suggest you can also delay the football teams and all the extracurricular activities because of that, because as we were mentioning priorly, that it's not the safest way, that they're not doing all the recommendations that they should with the masks and everything. I know that they do have some COVID protocols established and they're okay, but if they're not following exactly how they're supposed to be doing, well, then maybe prolong their break. And also inform parents that, again, the same things. If somebody in the family is having symptoms or is testing, do not bring their kids to school, and let each campus principal know about the situation. And right now, I think all the POCs know how it's supposed to be. So if they see a kid that's having symptoms or absent, they usually act upon it and call the parents and see if everything's okay, the child is sick. And that's the same process. And I think we just need to be a little more on top of it the week after Thanksgiving.
And then a few questions for you, Dr. Rios. I know that we have certified testers now within the district for the extracurricular activities. How are these employees going to be protected if the word, that's the correct word, you know, the fact that they're going to be right smack in the fire testing these kids, you know, and of course, I'm glad we do have them and we're being proactive, right? Because we're going to have our own testers, but how do we going to protect these employees, and how often are they going to be tested themselves?
The state provided ample personal protective equipment for the testers. I mean, they're going to be fully gowned and protected. Also, the way that we administer the test, there's the close contact is limited because we're testing high school students. The students swab their own nose and then place the sample on this cardboard. So there's enough protection and there's enough distance. So that won't be too much of an issue, and we can always test the testers, which are going to be members of the organization that's being tested, because of the type of test we're doing, it doesn't call for any specific certification, just a training. Mr. Russ, I have some other stuff to share, but I'll wait till all the questions are asked so that I can share some just information and put it in context.
Yes, I know Dr. Palau, I know her time is valuable. So,
if you don't mind, Mr. Medina, I just got two more questions. If you don't mind, they'll be quick. Dr. Rios, last question for you is basically, as soon as we come up, right after Thanksgiving, right? I understand we have pods. So are the teachers going to get quarantined? Let's say a kid comes up positive, God forbid, but you know, it might happen. The kids coming up, are the pods going to be quarantined? How's that going to work? If you don't mind, just explain that really quick. And then I have one more question for Ms. Palau.
Anybody that comes back positive after Thanksgiving, we're going to follow the same procedure and do the same tracing. So It could be 4 students around there. It could be an entire classroom. But again, it's difficult because it's always on a case-by-case basis. And making it that way also poses an issue because of how many people are honest with you. So sometimes I've seen cases where people report that they had no contact with anybody else. And then, you know, we have to dig a little deeper and say, well, we heard you were here. We heard you were there. Maybe there's a little bit more information to share. So sometimes decisions are made, but because this is very much you know, based on you willing to share the truth, and that makes it hard sometimes. But we're going to follow the same process.
And then last question, Ms. Dr. Palau, I apologize. Before you leave, and like I said, I really appreciate everything you've done, you know, for us and everything, and being on here. And don't want to take much of your time, but last question is, so what is the city going to do right after Thanksgiving? Because I'll be honest with you, if I was mayor, I'd shut the city down for 15 days right after Thanksgiving. That's me. What are we going to do? Because that's going to protect the citizens.
Oh yeah, if it was me too. But I think that's a question for the city council and Judge Owens about what's going to happen. And I think with them, I think we're going to follow what the governor says by that time. So it would be December, and I think we would see the uptick a little bit before Christmas. So let's see what happens. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dr. Palau. Appreciate it. Be careful.
Thank you, Mr. Cortez. Anyone else?
Just real quick, to follow up on that. The LHA and a lot are saying that Thanksgiving and Christmas are going to be bad. El Paso is already in the process of shutting its school system down. Yeah. I know some other districts aren't coming back after Christmas. After Thanksgiving, at least to the first of the year. How are they getting a waiver from TEA and going strictly back online, or because if we get into that position again where it's really, really bad, is TEA going to allow us to transition back?
Some of the cases, particularly some of the cases that you mentioned, take El Paso, for example, that's ground zero for COVID. So they're working directly with the state. The state does have a process for districts in that situation. And if we found ourselves in that situation, then there would be a process for us also. But we're not in that situation yet. And I would offer that when we look at the numbers of students testing positive and of faculty testing positive, and we look at where they were infected, for us, it looks, and it is very difficult in tracing everybody because of the number of students that were quarantining to prevent the spread. Now, if we consider the number of students that we quarantine and the number of those students that actually come back positive, then you can see that we're being very aggressive, which is a good thing, because a lot of those students really aren't positive. So we're quarantining on the safe side. And even though there's a lot of frustration from people that think others should be quarantined, or that, and equally it's some that don't feel that they should be quarantined, because the pushback that we get for students that have to stay home 14 days versus 7 days plus the time it takes to get the results, that's equally challenging. But at the end of the day, if we look at the number of positive cases that we have from the kids that were made to quarantine, the number is very small. Obviously, if you wanted zero spread on school, then you would be on the side that says close everything down. But as frustrating as things are, if you consider first the number of kids that are positive, 2, where they got their infection, 3, the number of kids that are being quarantined, and the small number of the kids that are quarantined that eventually test positive, I would say as frustrating as everything is, the amount of work that's being done everywhere from, the community resources to the campus principals to the teachers following the protocols, it's working incredibly well. And I understand the frustration, and I understand that sometimes, some kids will not follow protocol, but you mentioned the situation with the football program earlier. The last time that a student that was positive was on campus was on a Monday. They tested 6 days later, which was on a Saturday. I don't know that what the false negative percentage is on that. But we also have to consider the days before that student could have been contagious, and the number of kids that were negative. It's everything is frustrating because of the unknown. And at the end of the day, we're going to take a whole lot of guidance from the Board of Trustees, and we're going to go with it. But I feel that kids are safer at school. I feel that kids are safer even in the activities that they're doing. And we're not testing athletes to keep athletics going. We're testing athletes and band members and any other student organization to prevent the spread, because that is where there's more of the unstructured activity. It's not about keeping football going. It's not about keeping band going. That's certainly not the intent, because the initial way that we set up the program, for the record, okay, was to test asymptomatic students in the first phase of it, and symptomatic students. In the second phase was to test teachers and then consider testing athletics. That was our initial recommendation. Based on input from other parties in the state and from people in our community, they recommended that we flip it. So the intent was never to keep athletics going. The intent was never about football. The intent is to minimize the spread based on what other people are doing. I want to reemphasize my initial recommendation. Dr. Rios' initial recommendation was first students, then faculty, then contact sports. So it was recommendations from the experts that we do it opposite. And I point that out just to share with everybody that, it's frustrating, and that's why these comments come out, but it's totally the opposite. It's frustrating, and we're all worried about what's going to happen after Thanksgiving, and we're worried about what's going to happen after Christmas. And I know that the safest thing is to shut everything down. But just because it's the safest thing that we do, it isn't what we ought to do, because if it was, I guarantee you that all 7 board members would be directing me to do that, and I would do it. But we just have to base our actions based on the data. And the data right now is that very few kids are getting infected. Most of the staff that's being affected is being affected by what's happening outside of school. Even when they infect each other, they didn't infect each other in the hallway. They infected each other having dinner after school or going to these social gatherings. So we just have to, and it's difficult being the superintendent and having to say these things, but we just have to understand that the frustration comes from the unknown. What we've done with the assistance of the resources in the community has been to keep everybody safe. Now, if y'all see it differently, then we can keep talking about it and come up with a better decision. Of course, as things get difficult, I would be the first to recommend, hey, we need to shut things down, or we need to suspend things. And as far as having a plan to do it, we could go to online learning 3 days after you tell me to do that, or after I recommend that we do that. That's not an issue. We've been there before. We've gotten a whole lot better at it. But everybody's working extremely hard. And I think that the results show it. Unfortunately, there's a lot of emotion and there's a lot of frustration because there's so many unknown things and because we have suffered a loss. But it has not come from the school. It has not come from contamination in the school by and large.
Dr. Rios, for the sake of time, any other board member with a question? Then the final one, Dr. Palau, I have monthly Zoom meetings with the Commissioner of Education. All the reporting that all districts do, go to TA, and there's a website where all the results are posted. And he made a statement, and I just wonder if you agreed with it. He said, again, basically students are not being affected or infected with the coronavirus at school. It's outside of school. And he mentioned that the safest place for students to be is at school. He also said he went beyond that and said the safest place for teachers to be, because of all the protocols that you have placed in the districts with regard to plexiglass and gowns and face shields and masks, that the safest place for staff to be is at school. And it was pretty much 5% across the state that the infectious rate at school. It was mostly outside of school. Would you agree with that statement?
So it's a really like all or nothing statement. But if the teachers, for the teachers that do stay in their desk behind plexiglass or shower curtains, obviously yes, that will be safe. But they don't stay there all the time. They, as Dr. Rios was saying, they usually meet with other staff members, or they have husbands that work in high risk places, and they get together after school, and that's what happens. And we've had cases. I mean, as Dr. Rios said, the in-school infections are low. So I mean, it's not 100% safe. Of course, you cannot say it's super safe. But what the POCs, Sandra and myself are doing, and my team to prevent any outbreaks from happening on school is helping. It's a lot of work and it is sometimes overwhelming. So I cannot be definite saying that it's super safe, that is the safest place to be. But right now, the evidence says that it's not bad.
I really thank you for your time, and I really appreciate the updates with regard to everything that's going on in the community and the work that you do. And on behalf of all of us, I want to say thank you for being here and providing the update.
Yes, thank you for having me. If you have any more questions or any concerns with any case, I think Dr. Rios has my information, and Sandra too, my email, so you can always reach me through there.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Palau.
Dr. Rios, we'll go on with our next item on the agenda. Reports 11D, changes to learning environments for students struggling with remote online instruction.
Yes, Mr. Mesa, thank you. I want to thank Mrs. Webb. She's the one that requested for this agenda item after we provided the board update. And I think that it's important that we share this with the board and get your input on it. So thank you, Ms. Webb. I'm going to ask Ms. Gomez to share the presentation and then move to questions. Go ahead, Ms. Gomez.
Thank you, Dr. Rios. Good evening, Mr. Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. Changes to the learning environment for students struggling with online instruction is a presentation that will cover several of the items that we'll discuss on the agenda in the next slide. As mentioned earlier, Mike Morath, the Commissioner of Education, did release new guidance on November the 5th. We'll be sharing that with the board, along with district statistics, On the enrollment, the number of students currently receiving online instruction, along with the failure rates of students who are participating in our online instruction for both elementary and secondary, and then some next steps along with the TA attestation. On November the 5th, the commissioner in one of his weekly messages did say that he had received many calls from superintendents across the state, 1,200 districts, lots of superintendents, basically asking this one question. If a student was receiving remote instruction, but they're struggling academically, whether with attendance or in any other way, can districts require the individual students to come back to campus? His response was that school districts who choose to offer remote instruction must ensure those families have access to remote instruction. Unless the school district determines that the student's attendance and/or academic performance in one or more classes puts them at a significant risk of severe learning loss, as outlined in the following criteria. He outlined 5 different criterions that would be required for discontinuing remote instruction for certain students. The first one just said that districts would be mandated to file an attestation. It's just that we're attesting that what he's asking us to do. Second, he said we could only look at students who has a class average of 70 or below, or had 3 or more absences, unexcused absences in a grading period of 6 weeks or 9 weeks, only 3 absences. TA also said that the LEAs would have to notify the parents with 2 weeks of a grace period or 2 weeks of notification before that transition took place. There's also an appeal process. Parents could appeal it by one of 2 manners. 1, they would submit a medical exemption, or 2, they would request what's called a transition meeting with the campus principal, the administration. And finally, they said that if the parent did not appeal it, we could return the student and waive the 2 weeks, or if the committee did not agree with the parent recommendation, and the student could not be successful learning from home, as proven with the data, the LEA would be required for the student to transition back to the on-campus learning. Those are actually very strict criterions when you think about 3 absences in a 6 or 9 week period. So that would be the maximum. So our district looked at the criteria and discussing with the principals, also came up with the following. This would be effective today. Today starts the 3rd 6 weeks of instruction. So November 16th. Any pre-kindergarten student or kindergarten student who has accumulated 3 or more unexcused absences in a 2 week period, very different than a 6 or 9 week period, would be required to return to school. Students in 1st through 5th grade with an overall average lower than a 70 in poor content areas at the end of any 6 weeks would be required to come back. Not 1 class, not 2, but an actual average of reading, math, science, and social studies. We also looked at students in 1st through 5th grade who have accumulated 3 or more unexcused absences in a 2 week period, 10-day period, rather than the entire 6 weeks. 6 through 12, students who are failing 3 or more classes. I'll show you a report in just a moment of students who are failing 1 course, 2 courses, but we're only going to look at the students who are failing 3 or more classes to be coming back for the face-to-face learning. Students would be required, students would be returning after a 2 week window, time for the parents to adjust, time for teachers to adjust, and so forth.
I'm sorry, my computer froze and won't let, there you go.
There you go, sir. This slide talks about the current enrollment in elementary. for grades kinder through 5th grade. We show that we have 2,022 students at the end of the first 6 weeks or the beginning of the second 6 weeks within those 2 days that were currently learning online. So 2,022 out of a total enrollment of 4,244, or about 48% of our students who are working online. In secondary, the total would have been 3,357 students working online out of the 5,247 students that we have in grades 6 through 12. And you do have this PowerPoint at your desk that would show you the breakdown for every single campus and the enrollment at every campus. That would equate to about a 64% online rate. Now, having said that, for elementary, we looked at students who had an average, all 4 content areas, and we know that many times they spike in the non-reading and math, but if they had a 70 or below, we're looking at 140 students. Now, please note that this is the first 6 weeks data. On Wednesday, we'll be able to calculate the second 6 weeks data to compare it. But for tonight's presentation, this was the only complete 6 weeks that we had available to present. If the pattern stays the same, we would be looking at about 140 students. You can tell there, more or less, the rating for each campus, how many would be coming back. But with the exception of RBB, you're looking at about 15, 16 students per campus on the average. Now for secondary, we did run a report again at the end of the first 6 weeks, beginning of the second 6 weeks. It showed there by campus and by grade level. For instance, high school, you're going to see seniors, juniors, and sophomores. The total that are working online or hybrid, and the number of students along with the percentage that actually failed one course. So if you're looking straight across the top at seniors, looks like we have 68 of the 441 seniors who failed one course. If I move over, we have 23 students who failed 2 courses, and we have 73 students who failed 3 courses. So in order to ease into this transition, we do have the flexibility as a district not to follow every single criterion to the maximum level. So we were looking at the failures, the students who failed 3 courses, highly at risk of not earning their credits. If the same numbers appear at the end of the second 6 weeks, many of these students would not meet their credits. We're already working with the high school for upgrade and credit recovery. So we're not waiting until the end, but we are very conscientious that 765 students are highly at risk of not earning their credit, not meeting any type of the rigorous course level of instruction that for understanding that they would need. So out of the 5,247 students, we would be looking at returning 765. So rather than having 3,357 students at secondary who would be working online, we would reduce it to 2,592, bring back about 765. Our online would change from about 64% to about 50%. That's the gist of the presentation that the commissioner gave us, and then the data that would relate to where we are as a district.
Well, if it's okay, Mr. Mess, I'll wait for the questions. That way the board can share their thoughts.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, a couple of things. I mean, that data is almost kind of depressing a little bit, but I'm not sure it tells the full story though, right? I mean, that's pass fail, but not necessarily where we're at as far as average grades and what that compares to the normal 6 weeks time period or anything like that. So I don't know, it just seems a little bit incomplete, I guess, put it that way.
But yes, if we were to look at the number of high school students, for example, that are failing one or more classes, you're looking at 50% of more classes. And with the way that we've heard the concerns expressed, you would think that we were bringing back all 50% of the students and just, quadrupling the size of the classrooms right now. Well, maybe if we were to follow the guidelines from TA to the letter of it, that would be the case. But we're only bringing back right now, at least for this 6 weeks, the number, those students that are failing 3 or more classes. If we were to bring back elementary students who are failing, let's just say we focus on either reading or math. If you're failing either reading or math, you're going to come back to face-to-face. Well, that would significantly increase the numbers. But we're looking at bringing back students in phases. So this 6 weeks, we're going to see how it goes by bringing back this number of students. It's going to add 1 to 2 kids more per class because of all the classes that we have. And it's going to be very manageable. We're hoping that this action sends a clear message to all the other students that need to improve. And after the first week, we will look to release new guidelines, or maybe not the first week, maybe the second or third week, new guidelines for the next 6 weeks to see what we can handle. Because the need to have less students fail is significant. If the data alone is depressing, but if we were to quantify it by just everybody that's failing 1 or more classes, or we were to quantify it by the prospect of how students are going to score either in their EOC or in their reading STAR test, then it would be even more significant. But again, like everything else, we're easing into the leeway that TA gives us so that we don't trip along the way. Again, the numbers that you see right now, which is the first action we're going to take, is barely taking 1 or 2 steps in the direction of other districts a few weeks ago ended online instruction altogether. Now, I don't think that was very smart because some of them are already back to closing down entirely. But the way we've managed the leeway that TA has given us is by easing slowly into it, pretty much how we ease back into bringing students back to face-to-face. So again, I understand that some people would like us to be more aggressive. Some people would like us to not do any of this at all. But we think that this is a very good medium, erring on the side of caution.
Mrs. Webb?
Yeah, I got a couple more comments to directly tie to what Dr. Rios was just talking through. And then when we're talking about, on one hand, maybe not coming back after Thanksgiving and those kind of things, and looking at these grades, it's glaring to me that we need to focus on trying to maybe add layers of protection to our kids to get them still back into school to where they can get educated. So getting back to that original discussion about keeping kids out of school, we need to get them in school. If we've got to add additional layers of protection or policing of the layers that we've got to assure that coaches or kids or whoever's on the sideline, like Josh was talking about a minute ago, that they adhere to the rules to support the protection that they need, then I would support that. But I do not support backing out of easing into the getting kids back into the classroom, as Dr. Rios just clearly talked about.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any other questions from Mr. Smith? That's it. Okay. Then we have Mrs. Webb that raised her hand.
Yes, Mr. Mesa, Dr. Rios. My question is, looking at the data, we have 73 students, seniors, who are not passing 3 subjects or more. Why are they not passing? Are they not logging in? Are they not turning in assignments? What is the reason that they are failing? There's got to be a reason. The other thing is that I agree with what Mr. Smith was also saying, that we have to hold people accountable. Are they wearing their gear? Are they wearing their face mask appropriately? But when we come to students not passing and we want to have face-to-face instruction, why are these students failing the online classes? Are they left alone where they're not being monitored and the parents are off working? Because as Dr. Palau alluded, the cases are not happening at school. The students are bringing positive testing results to school where other students get it and teachers are getting it or getting infected, thereby taking it home to their own families. So we have to look at, again, the question, why? Why are these students failing? I definitely agree that we don't want to have the same thing that's happening in El Paso happen here. We definitely have to think and be proactive so that doesn't happen in our community. So again, why? Do we have an answer, Dr. Rios, as to why these kids are failing?
Ma'am, our counselors and our teachers and principals, they're constantly having contact with the students who are failing, trying to get them to log in. It isn't because of an absence of technology, because we provided all of that. But pretty much like it is every year, even when we don't have online instruction, some students fail because of A, lack of motivation, B, lack of structure at home. We would have to quantify, every individual student, and it'd be difficult. There is a number of students that are failing, and I think it's maybe not in aggregate, not the most significant number, but there's a whole lot of students that are failing, at least at the elementary levels, because of where they reside, and they're not logging in. That would be students that no longer are staying with their guardian here in the United States and are in Mexico. And those we will be able to quantify because we will have to withdraw those students. And that's unfortunate. But beyond that, the numbers or the reasons are the same as they've always been, except in this situation, they're magnified because when you don't have structure and you're staying at home, well, it makes it harder than if you don't have structure, but at least you're coming to school for structure. So it has that exponential effect on it, but the reasons are always the same.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Ms. Witt?
No, I just, it's beyond me why, especially at the secondary level, these students are not logging on. I can understand it from a kindergarten student or a first grade student that can't log on unless someone is there to help them log on to be able to do online classes. But these are seniors, or even your juniors. You have 139 failing three classes or more. But if the seniors are definitely giving us a message that they're failing, they know they're not going to graduate if they continue to fail, and yet they won't log on or turn in their assignments. And it's not that the teachers are not doing what they can online, because let me tell you, I commend those teachers. Those teachers are doing 100 plus with online classes and face-to-face and hybrid. Those teachers are doing a magnificent job trying to teach. But what else can we do to motivate these students? And if we need to get them face-to-face, do we have the room? Do we have the space to maintain the 6 feet distance between them? Because we don't want to put our teachers in danger either. But instruction is important. So those are the things that we have to look at.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Mesa.
Can I speak right to what Miss
Mr. Orville?
Webb was saying there, I know y'all have questions, but I want to speak directly to that because in my normal life, I teach for the junior college, so I have ECHS students there that are my students. And I have seniors who are not passing right now. And the big reason is, Ms. Webb, that I've seen in my classes, they log in, but they're not turning anything in. They're simply just not turning anything in. That's my experience, and I know it's the experience with several other professors at the colleges. We're seeing them log in because I call roll and they're there, but they're not turning anything in. And I can tell them all day long, hey, you need to do this if you want to graduate. But that's probably one of the biggest problems. And I can say that as firsthand experience of being able to be on that side of it as well as being on the board side. So,
Thank you, Mr. Schofield. Yeah, I just want to mention something here because I know Dr. Mike Morath, in his briefings, monthly briefings, he mentioned that how this started was he formed a group of superintendents that he's getting feedback from, and that was one of the biggest concerns, that there were too many students that were failing. And it wasn't just, secondary students, it's elementary, all the way from pre-K to 12th grade. And he mentioned that during the time, for example, in Katrina, when the hurricane hit and they were out of school, it took 4 years for these students to get back on track, back on level. And so he said, as it is, they're not getting the full benefit of a full day's instruction, but it's overbearing when someone is not there behind them to motivate them to turn in the work, to do the assignments, to make sure that they do the required work to meet and receive that credit. And so this is why this drastic measure is being proposed. I too have some concerns because like at the high school, it's the ventilation is not the best that you have, with no windows and can't open the doors during instruction. So the ventilation is bad, and then you see the square footage and you realize, like, okay, if we bring 10 more students, it's going to be maxed out. So things of that sort come into play. But I also see the fact that we do need to graduate students, and something has to be done. It might be just an awakening for these students that something needs to get done for them to complete their work. Mr. Contreras, you had your hand raised.
Yes. My question is, I know that the number of failures were going to increase simply because of the COVID situation, but just as a comparison on secondary level, how does it compare to last year during the normal setting? Do we have a number just to have a comparison?
We don't have that number today, but it could very easily be obtained. And right now, as we were talking, I was thinking that one of the things we have to look at is look at the number of students that are failing through classes, and then not that it makes it any better, but how many students are failing an elective that they don't need to graduate. That would be a reason why they're failing a class. Maybe they won't graduate with the certification or endorsement that they could otherwise have, but they're still looking at graduation if they get 4 out of 6 credits, or sometimes even 3 out of 7 credits. And then the other part was I want to go back and look at what the failure rate for seniors was last year at the same time, and that data should be archived.
Yes, sir.
And
I'll provide that in an update just to see really how difficult the situation is.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
go ahead.
And then the other question I have is, so the first 6 weeks came out. How many students came face to face on their own? How many parents actually took the time and said, you know what, my son or daughter is failing 6 weeks. I want to send them face to face. Do we have a number from the beginning to now going into the second 6 weeks? Since the second 6 weeks, you're going to have the numbers here pretty soon. Do we have a number that increased?
The numbers definitely increased, Mr. Contreras. We have to do a little bit deeper dive and see how many of those were due to the parents saying my child isn't handling online instruction as well as we thought they would. And that is certainly out there. It does exist. And a lot of them changed just because they didn't want to be home anymore or the parents needed to get to work. But we can definitely look at the number of students that came in and run a report and see how many of the failing kids came in. There were some of those, and we definitely got reports where even individuals on campuses were encouraging the parents, hey, your child really needs to just come into school. So some of that does exist.
Then the last question is, so we saw an increase on the face-to-face. Did we see an increase on teachers coming back to the classroom? Or it stayed the same on secondary level?
Most teachers are at school, sir, and most teachers are teaching at least at the secondary level from the campus. It's just very few that are have a alternate work arrangement for one reason or the other, but the majority are on campus.
Thank you, Ms. Contreras. Ms. Gonzalez, you have your hand raised.
Yes, sir. I had also asked about the kids that are failing. What is being done to do? Are the parents being taught since they're going to go on the parents?
Ms. Gonzalez, I think you were shuffling the papers on the computer and covering up the mic.
I'm calling out for you all. Let me do it again. As far as the kids that are failing, what is being done to get them to do their work besides telling them? Are the parents being told, since they're the ones that wanted them to go online? Are they being held accountable?
Yes, ma'am. There's been constant communication with the parents when the student is failing, particularly at the elementary level. There's constant communication. At the secondary level, obviously, we resort more to emails and the grade reports. But there is communication. There's, as Ms. Gomez was mentioning earlier, they started a whole lot of the credit recovery efforts at the high school or working with the teachers to improve a failing grade where the teachers work individually with the students. And we started that as soon as the first grade report came out.
Also, if they're not, is attendance problems right now? How are you going to make them go to face-to-face and they're not doing on the computer? How is that going to work?
The attendance problems at the secondary are surprisingly minor, but probably because of what Mr. Overfeld said earlier. They can log in and not be engaged if they're on their couch. The bigger attendance problems are at the elementary level because it requires a student to submit some type of work by the end of the day, and that would be where the attendance is going to have the greater effect on bringing kids back, particularly in the earlier grades.
And what's it going to do? Nothing? I mean, if they don't come to school, then what? Stay online?
But no, ma'am, that's not an option. They have to come to school.
And what if I don't want to send my kid to school? What do you do about that?
Well, we haven't gotten to that bridge and to have to cross it yet. And it's the same conversation I had with the principals. I said, let's get this policy online, and over the next 2 weeks, we'll confer with the superintendent groups and see what options there are for thwarting the attendance laws, because we have to have some means of handling it, but we're not there yet. So we'll have to investigate that and have more communications with the commissioner over the next 2 weeks.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Dr. Rios, one positive thing that I see from this is the fact that parents will be made aware that they are not passing their courses. And so there has to be immediate action on both the parent to make sure that even though they're secondary students, that they're not being, they're not either turning in their assignments, they're not completing the work that is required for credit, and at least a wake-up call. But I think it'll be more than that. Amy, did you have your hand raised? Yes, Amy has a question.
I just have some concerns. I'm probably one of the, Dr. Lewis, I'm probably the one you're talking, I'm frustrated. I'm just gonna let you know right now, I'm that frustrated board member a little bit because I don't agree with this TA thing, and I know that's, kind of out of our ball game, but I don't agree adding more students to the classrooms. I do not agree with that at all. It's unsettling, it's worrisome, and I don't agree with it. I don't know, maybe this is a wake-up call. Like Mr. Messer said, maybe these parents now will wake up and see that they have to be accountable, because I think we're just adding more kids to if we add more kids, because you have some classrooms that are already like at 18 or 19, and then you add some more then you add some more students. That's just kind of pushing it. And like Mr. Messer said, high school, there's some concerns there with the ventilation, and then even at the elementary schools, I'm not comfortable with it. If there's something that I ever have to sign, I'm just not going to sign it because I'm not comfortable with this. We have to find another way. I know we need instruction, and I know we need our kids to be on top of their game, and I'm all for that. I'm all about the students, but we have to be safe. And this is not us adding kids to a classroom. I don't think it's safe. I just don't. It's worrisome to me. And like I said, I am your worried, frustrated board member, but I'm okay with that. But I just wanted to express how I'm feeling about that. It makes me really nervous, And I don't agree with Mr. Murad and all. I don't agree with him. I do not agree with him. I don't. It's just a safety thing and a health thing, and we have these holidays. We've already discussed that, and it's worrisome. It's so worrisome. And those are just my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. If I can, Mr. Messer, just I don't want to prolong it, but I'll give you all a couple of scenarios just to hopefully let you rest a little easier. And I know it's difficult, but at the elementary level, we have either online or face-to-face teachers. And the classrooms, can range anywhere from 12 to 16, 17, 18, 19 students, depending. We're not looking at taking any students to 22, any classrooms to 22. What we are already starting to work with the principals to say, okay, if you're going to have X amount of students come back, then we have to combine some online classes and then make an online teacher, face-to-face teacher, to keep the numbers lower. So we're not looking to cram any classrooms to some capacity, but we have to make shifts and either add personnel where we need to. Just today, I sent an email to the principal at Chavita, because she expressed concern that, hey, if I bring back all these kids, then this is what my numbers are going to be. Like, well, first we have to look at what online classes we have to combine to free some teachers to come to face-to-face. Then we need to consider what numbers we can rearrange within the school. Then we consider adding more personnel. And then at the end, we consider adding kids to a classroom. So we're not just taking blanket decisions and just say, bring them back and you don't get any extra help. We've had a lot of discussions, and it is going to be different, and it is a change. But we're not doing any one thing off the cuff without thinking about it. We're planning ahead, but all of it does involve some change. But we're not ignorant to all the potential consequences if we don't think about it slowly and give ourselves time to ease into these decisions. So Again, I know it's worrisome because of the situation, but we're going to be very cautious, and we'll add personnel if we need to, and we'll transfer teachers if we need to make sure that the numbers stay where they're at. It might make some teachers unhappy because they were online and now they're going to be face-to-face, but there again, our idea is to keep everybody safe and maximize learning. It's not to keep teachers teaching online. And I know that is, I guess, if truth be said, that's probably the biggest source of frustration, because we know some teachers who are teaching comfortably online will now be teaching students face-to-face. But again, it's about being safe and teaching as many kids as we can. And I really, just like I said at the last meeting, every protocol that we've developed, everything that we've implemented, we've gone slow and we've been safe and we've maximized what we can do, and we'll continue to do the same. And when it gets difficult, then we'll be the first to say we need to slow down and move back a little bit. Or if the board as a whole, wants to tell us what to do, that's also another option. But we just need to keep talking about it. Before we close on Mr. Mesa, I just did have one question for clarification. I wasn't able to hear Mr. Smith at the end. May I ask that question now?
Yes.
Mr. Smith, I talked about earlier about how the commissioner gave us all these leeway, but we're easing into the leeway. And I don't know if at the end, if you said that we needed to keep moving that direction, or that you did not agree with easing in and you wanted us to be more aggressive. I wanted to be clear on that.
Okay, thank you for coming back to it. What I was doing is basically congratulating you for easing in, that we should not revert backwards. I think if we're going to do anything, it's added layers of protection or protocols to assure that our kids are safe and our teachers are safe, but to continue easing into the in-class schoolwork.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Dr. Rios, I guess, for me, the timing is not the appropriate time after Thanksgiving, and but I also realize the academic progress that should be happening and is not happening if these students are not being assertive and dedicated to the work that is required of them. But the timing is wrong, because again, Thanksgiving is coming up, and we can't control the environment at home, visitors coming from out of town and so forth. It's very difficult to control that. But I do realize the progress that is not being made with these individual students, and I realize the importance of the academic program, because if these are seniors, I don't think we've ever had that many number of seniors that have not been responsible in completing their work and failing 3 or more courses, or and jeopardizing the graduation. It is across the board. It's just not secondary, it's elementary that either have missed school or the failing rate is high. But somehow the timing is not, the best timing ever after the Thanksgiving holiday to bring so many students in. I visited the high school and I saw so many wonderful things there with the plexiglass, even in the cafeteria and the spacing and all that. But I'm still concerned with the ventilation. And so there's so many things to consider. But certainly I think that we do need to do something about that, because there's too many students that are not doing the work as required of them. Mr. Overfeld.
Thank you. I guess some real quick questions and then just my own personal thought. The TEA, this whole thing of sending back or bringing back because of failing, Is this a TEA mandate?
No, sir.
So we as a district could technically choose to ignore this at the moment until after the first of the year.
Yes, sir. The board could direct me to do that.
Okay. The second question is, I don't know if my other fellow board members got the email from our State Board of Education representative, Georgina Bettis, about asking us as a district to submit a resolution to the governor and TEA to ask that STAR be waived again this year like it was last time. I know I got that email. I didn't know if any of my other board members did. And if y'all did, I'd like us to consider that very soon, hopefully by December, if maybe we would like to join that. And the last thing is my own personal thoughts on all of this. And a lot of it's already been echoed, or I'm going to echo a lot of what's going to be has been said. I don't agree with it at all because of the timing, as has been said. I do not, unfortunately, I do not trust TEA. I do not hold TEA and Commissioner Morath in high regard because of the way that the pandemic has been handled, because of them changing the goal line every other day in the summer before we came back. And they're still not, TEA still not back in its offices yet. And basically what the commissioner is doing, what TEA is doing, is using the excuse of local control and punting the ball to the seven of us to make the decision during a time when we know dang well the numbers are getting ready to go up. They could the commissioner can make the decision right now to say, no, this isn't the right time to do this, but he's folding to politics and to much bigger ISDs and tiny ISDs in this state. So I like Ms. Haynes said, and like some others, it's bad timing, stuff like that. I don't like it. Parents have to be held accountable. Parents aren't answering the phone. And my wife is a counselor for Garfield and is calling every day, and parents don't want to answer because they see 7784,000. Heck, we're even calling from Google numbers there to go in and mask the 7784,000 number because they don't want to take responsibility. For the parents who are taking responsibility and ensuring your kids' education is continuing, thank you. But for those who just know for whatever reason, this now is because of a lot of that. And that's where a lot of your frustration is coming from on your teacher side, is because the parents aren't answering, and they're like, it's not my problem there. So unfortunately, we've gotten away from that as a society when education and teachers were a highly respected profession. Unfortunately, it's moved away from that. So yeah, I don't agree with it there. And I'll make these two suggestions. I'd like to see a plan for what it's going to look like if we have to go to online learning after Thanksgiving, if we see a big rise in Del Rio. I'd like to see that very soon. And then I say no to bringing them back. I know it's important, but I say no to it. Those are my thoughts, and I know we spent a lot of time on it, and I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Orville. Dr. Rios, I think if we can hold off on this and wait until after the holidays, because it's for sure that there will be a spike. I also understand that, this is coming from the superintendents that across the state are experiencing the same problem with high failure rates and loss of academic progress. So there's something does need to be done, but I think, again, it's best to wait until after the holidays. That's my thought. Mrs. Webb, you had your hand raised.
Yes, sir. In answer to, first of all, I agree that we need to wait till after the holidays. They're not that far away. And in answer to Mr. Overfeld's question about his wife calling the parents and teachers calling the parents, and the parents are not answering, one quick way that you can get the parents to answer, because I know I've done this, I did it for many years, contact them at work. They'll answer the phone at work. They don't like it, but again, it's called accountability. They have to be responsible. And it's not on the teachers. The teachers are doing everything that they can, like I said earlier. But we have to hold our parents accountable. You have those that are doing a great job. And I applaud those as well. But students and parents need to be held accountable. But I agree with Mr. Smith, with Josh, with Amy, with everyone about holding off at least till after the holidays and see where this is going instead of just jumping in. That's it. Thank you.
There is.
All right, so I wouldn't be a good superintendent if I didn't have Plan B in place. So here's what I think that we should do. Okay, I understand the concerns. Clear. I too listen to teachers. So here's what I am going to do. I am going to send out letters tomorrow, Wednesday, to people who are failing and need to come back to school. I'm going to put them on notice that effective the end of the semester, which is right after Christmas, okay, 2 weeks after Christmas. So that gives us, we come back from the Christmas holidays and we have 2 weeks to see how this pandemic figured out, okay? I'm gonna still send the letters out on Wednesday. I'm gonna say, based on your child's second 6 weeks grades, your child will be required to come back to school beginning of the second semester unless your child improves whatever kept them from having to come back. So that does two things. That gives parents and the students an entire 6 weeks notice that they're coming back to school. And that also gives us 2 weeks after we come back from Christmas to see how things played out. Is that fair?
It's a lot better. It's a lot better. Board members?
I agree.
Okay, so I'm still sending out the letters and I'm just telling them it's kind of like giving them a whole 6 weeks probation period. And it gives us the 2 weeks after the Christmas holiday to see how the pandemic affected all of us. Is that cool?
It's putting the students and parents at notice that something needs to change. So I think that's good.
All right, well, that was Plan B is always good. Okay.
Okay, we'll move on with our agenda.
All right.
Next item we have is item 12, consent agenda. Again, just a reminder that F6 will be tabled. And again, the donations will be posted on the website. As always, we appreciate individuals and businesses that contribute to our district and our programs. Thank you again for the donations, and they will be posted on the website. Any item that needs to be pulled out from the consent agenda or questions? Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I think you had mentioned F6, right? Just to clarify.
Yes, sir.
That one's being pulled. Yeah, I'm good if that's it.
Okay. Any questions? Dr. Rios, I know that sometimes some of these programs, we do approve large amounts of money. Is there any way that we could have a utilization report? Let's say, for example, Brain Pop. I read the details, used to be pretty much a secondary, but now it says pre-K through 12. We spent money on a lot of programs, but I would like to see a utilization report, percentage of usage by campus. I know that principals can hone in on teachers, but if we can have that by campus, that would be to our advantage in making decisions regarding large amounts of money being used for programs that I hope are being utilized.
Yes, sir. We'll take a quick inventory of all the programs that, software programs that we have, and we'll see. Most of them have a utilization report built in, and I'll simplify that and share it with the board. And then based on that, if y'all have any questions, we can do a more intense look at the data.
For us to look at all that. Anyone need to pull an item out from the consent agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion for approval of consent agenda. Okay, Mr. Smith, seconded by Mrs. Webb. All those in favor, Mr. Contreras? In favor, myself in favor, Diana Gonzalez in favor, Amy in favor, Mrs. Webb in favor, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Overfelt. Consent agenda is approved unanimously. We go on to administration, item 13. First item we have is curriculum and instruction 14A. Consideration to approve a new career and technical education CTE course offered at Del Rio Middle School for the 2021-2022 school year. Ida Gomez. Your mic is muted.
Thank you, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. The CTE administration is requesting to replace a course that's 2 semesters, the fall and the spring. If you'll see there, it's touch systems for half a credit that the students earn, and college and career readiness for the students do not earn credit for the second part of the course. If they replace it, as they're recommending, it would be Principles of Informational Technology. It would be a 1-year course. Mr. Gonzalez has looked into the actual skills. They do mirror both. They would still be using the keyboarding and word processing, the career exploration, the software technical skills and computer operation systems, and it would include the Zello, which is the college and career planning software that would be embedded into the 1-year course. That's the part that's in the college and career readiness now that they do not get credit for. So the recommendation is to take 2 semester courses, make it a 1-year-long course that the students would take, but instead of earning half a credit, they would earn a full credit. This would be at Del Rio Middle School for 8th grade.
Any questions from board members? Hearing none, the recommendation, please.
Yes, sir. It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the new course available to Del Rio Middle School students as presented.
Heard the recommendations, is there a motion for approval? Motion made by Amy Haynes, seconded by Mrs. Webb. All those in favor, Mr. Contreras? In favor, myself in favor, Diana Gonzalez in favor, Amy Haynes in favor, Mrs. Webb in favor, Mr. Smith in favor, and Mr. Overfelt. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Go on to item 14B, consideration to approve new career and technical education CTE course and unit addition within the Gateway to Technology GTT program at Del Rio Middle School. Ida Gomez.
Thank you, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. This particular course would affect our 7th grade students, whereas the previous one would be for 8th graders. What Mr. Gonzalez and his team are proposing is to have a GTT 1, 2, 3, and 4. This would allow students starting in 7th grade to earn a full credit by taking GTT 1 and 2, and a second credit as 8th graders by taking 3 and 4. So So the administration is requesting the addition of Gateway to Technology 4. It's a course at Del Rio Middle School, along with an additional unit of study. The unit of study is energy and the environment. Now that would not start until August with the new cohort because that would affect the second semester for our 7th graders. So they would take GTT1 in the fall, take GTT2 in the spring with that energy and environmental course. By adding the additional course and adding the GTT unit, students can obtain up to 2 high school credits and start their project Lead the Way pathway strands that would then be offered at Del Rio High School in engineering and computer science, cyber security.
Questions from board members? Ms. Orfeld?
Okay, so to make sure I understand it, because my daughter's currently taking GTT as a 7th grader. So I know it's a half credit is what
Correct.
she will earn. So the incoming, does it proves the incoming 7th graders will be able to earn 1 full credit their 7th grade year and 1 full credit their 8th grade year of high school credit?
That
A
is
total of
correct,
2?
sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir. And that's why we couldn't offer it at semester time.
Mhm.
We always have to start with a new cohort.
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand that. Okay, cool.
Yep,
All right.
yes.
Awesome.
Anyone else? Hearing no other questions, recommendation, please.
Yes, sir. It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the new course available to Del Rio Middle School students as presented.
For the recommendation from administration, there's a motion by Mr. Smith. Is there a second to the motion, Mrs. Webb? All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Mr. Contreras, in favor. Myself in favor. Diana Gonzalez in favor. Amy Haynes in favor. Mr. Webb in favor, and Mr. Ken Smith in favor, and Mr. Orfeld in favor. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you,
very
Mr.
much.
Mester, and thank you, Board.
Go on to item 15, technology and operations. Consideration of pre-purchase order over $25,000 and to grant the superintendent the authority to negotiate a contract with Frontera Construction LLC in the amount not to exceed $865,335. RFP number 21-11, funding source general fund for the Life Skills interior renovation at Del Rio Freshman Campus. Les Henge.
Good evening, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, members of the board. This item here did go out for bid. RFP 2111 was advertised on September 27th and October 4th in the Del Rio News Herald, during which time we received 1 bid, and that bid was from Frontera Construction LLC in the amount of $865,335. The scope of work that's included in there is all interior work to include doors, walls, flooring, electrical, plumbing, some of the heating and air conditioning, insulation, and then finishes based on the plans that were provided with the construction documents.
You all have a handout on this. Questions from board members? Mr. Henge, do we have a score here, but we don't have the scorecard.
Oh, I apologize for that. Everyone does have the score handouts. There is a summary Excel spreadsheet on the main page there. And that has the breakdown of the scores. And in this case, it was just one general contractor that submitted that bid. We actually have the score sheets there for 21-11, which is this item, and then the next item to follow. Our architect involved in this project, Kissling Architects, our new construction manager, as well as myself, were on the grading team for this.
Okay. Question from board members? Mr. Henge, we've already seen the design at the last meeting as far as elevation and appearance, exterior, and all the detail as far as parking area, sidewalks and so forth, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct. And we do have plans of coming back next month with possible value engineering on this item as well as the next one. This would just allow, this item here would allow the superintendent to enter into negotiations on some of those value engineerings. Some of the items that we're looking at is heating and air conditioning and plumbing. Basically taking a look at what's currently there today, the age of it, and we're really questioning everything that was in the overall project plan. To make sure that, you know, we are doing the best that we can to bring that cost down if at all possible. But it would be our intent to bring that back next month before proceeding on the value engineer side.
If I remember correctly, we had a perimeter fence around it for safety reasons, and being that that building is pretty much isolated from the rest of the campus.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from board members? Hearing none, the recommendation, please.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the purchase order over $25,000 and grant the superintendent the authority to negotiate a contract with Frontera Construction LLC in the amount not to exceed $865,335 for the Life Skills interior renovation project at Del Rio Freshman Campus.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion for approval? Motion made by Ms. Gonzalez. Is there a second to the motion? Mr. Orfeld, all those in favor? Mr. Contreras in favor, myself in favor, Diana Gonzalez in favor, Amy Haynes in favor, Mrs. Webb in favor, Mr. Smith in favor, and Mr. Orfeld. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Go on to item 15B, consideration of approved purchase order over $25,000 and to grant the superintendent the authority to negotiate a contract with Sandoval Construction in the amount not to exceed $489,600, RFP number 21-10, funding source general fund for the Life Skills exterior renovation at Del Rio Freshman Campus. Mr. Henge.
Yes, sir. President Mesa, Dr. Rios, members of the board. This agenda item was also posted, RFP 21-10. It was advertised on September 27th and October 4th. And this particular item deals with all of the exterior work that was outlined within the construction documents earlier on. The items included in here are the windows, exterior doors, soffit replacements, bus drop-off canopy, the cupola, or the clear story as it's referred to in the agenda letter here, insulation and exterior finishes are all included within this. We did receive 2 bids. The scorecard is also on that spreadsheet showing how the grading took place. Kissling Architects, our new construction manager, and myself also did the scoring on this item. Of the 2 bids, Sandoval Construction placed a bid of $489,600, and bid 2 was by Frontera Construction LLC in the amount of $693,100. And again, this would be another item where we would go through and bring back some possible value engineering at next month's board meeting.
Questions from board members? Ms. Orfeld?
Have we done business with Sandoval Construction before?
No, sir, we have not.
Are they local or out of town?
No, sir, they're out of town. They have done other work locally in Del Rio. And we did a thorough check of the references, and I personally interviewed with Mr. Sandoval to discuss the project and the work that they've just done. We feel we feel that we did a much more thorough job in looking at it and talking to the references. So we feel comfortable that he can do the project.
Okay, I was just wanting to make sure because of that other issue we had with the company that did the restrooms or whatever it was. So, okay, thank you.
Mr. Henke, are they from San Antonio?
I believe they are. They have they've provided extensive background and knowledge in structural engineering as far as welding, pipe fabrication, all the skill sets that we really need to get the exterior part of the project done.
Somewhere in our handbook, I read that they were from San Antonio.
They are.
Okay. Any other questions? Hearing none, a recommendation, please.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the purchase order over $25,000 and to grant superintendent the authority to negotiate a contract with Sandoval Construction in the amount not to exceed $489,600 for the Life Skills exterior renovation project at the Del Rio Freshman Campus.
With the recommendation from administration, is there a motion for approval? Motion made by Ms. Gonzalez, seconded by Mrs. Webb. All those in favor, Mr. Contreras? In favor, myself in favor, Diana Gonzalez in favor, Amy Haynes in favor, Mrs. Webb in favor, Mr. Smith in favor, and Ms. Orfeld in favor. Motion carries unanimously. We go on to item 16, business and finance. Consideration to approve first reading of policy CDA local, other revenues and investments. Amy Childress.
Good evening once again, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, members of the board. Every year, the Board of Trustees shall review the investment policy and investment strategy. Our investment advisors, Patterson and Associates, have reviewed the policy and made recommendations for some changes. You did receive a copy of our policy as well as these slight wording changes that they are recommending at this time.
This is an annual thing that we do. And
yes, sir.
Any questions from board members regarding CDA? Hearing none, the recommendation, please.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the first reading of policy CDA local.
Heard the recommendation from administration. There's a motion by Mr. Ken Smith. Is there a second to the motion? Motion made by Mrs. Webb. All those in favor, Mr. Contreras in favor, myself in favor, Diana Gonzalez in favor, Amy Haynes in favor, Mrs. Webb in favor, Mr. Ken Smith in favor, and Mr. Overfeld in favor. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Next item that we have is Human Resources, item 17. Consideration to approve the employee job descriptions and evaluation forms for the following. Payroll clerk, revised, accountant assistant, revised, accountant, revised, controller, revised, Aide Garcia.
Yes, good evening, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. In your packet, you will find 4 job descriptions that are being considered to be revised. The first one is the payroll clerk. The payroll clerk used to be supervised by the CFO and currently is being supervised by the payroll supervisor. So the job description will indicate that change. The next one is the account assistant. We have 3 positions in the district. One of them used to be supervised by the CIO and currently is being supervised by the Director of Federal and State Program. Therefore, the job description will reflect that change. The third job description is the accountant. On August 6, 2020, the chief accountant position was reinstated, but it was downgraded to accountant from a pay grade 6 to a pay grade 4. However, the requirements for this position were not changed. Administration is requesting to reduce the requirements from 21 accounting hours to 15 accounting hours. And the final job description is the comptroller, and they're doing some realignment to give some of the responsibilities from the comptroller back to the accountant, since now we have an accountant. Any questions on those 4 job descriptions?
Questions from board members? No questions. Recommendation, please.
Yes, sir. It is a recommendation of administration that the Board of Trustees approve the employee job description and evaluation forms as discussed.
Further recommendation from administration, I will entertain a motion for approval. Motion made by Mr. Smith, seconded by Amy Haynes. All those in favor, Mr. Contreras? In favor, myself in favor, Diana Gonzalez in favor, Amy Haynes in favor, Mrs. Webb in favor, Mr. Smith in favor, and Mr. Overfeld in favor. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go on to item 17B, consideration and approve to approve updates to the 2020-2021 district compensation plans. Dave Garcia.
Yes, sir. In an effort to recruit teachers to acquire their bilingual or ESL certification, the bilingual department will be offering some courses and will pay teachers a stipend of $500 upon course requirement completion. And therefore, the compensation pay plan indicates this addition to the teacher stipends. Any questions?
But we didn't have this before.
No, sir.
This is something new.
Yeah.
Dr. Reyes?
Yeah, we have stipends that we give our bilingual teachers, but this is just, in the past, we've offered compensation once you pass the exam. But you know, people don't get to that point where they actually take the test. So right now what we're doing is just if you finish the course, then you'll get the $500 stipend. Obviously, the $500 is not as much as we were giving before. I think before we were giving up to $2,000 for passing the test, but this is just to complete the staff development for it.
Okay.
And it's all grant funded, Mr. Mesa.
Okay. Any other question? Mr. Contreras?
Is this across the school district, everybody that's bilingual certified? We have to be teaching bilingual, or as long as they're bilingual certified, they get the stipend.
No, sir. This is for people who are not bilingual certified that we want to encourage to become bilingual certified. So it is across the district for anybody who's interested or who we can recruit to be part of this cohort.
Any other question? Hearing none, the recommendation, please.
Yes, sir. It is the recommendation of administration that the Board of Trustees approve updates to the 2020-2021 district compensation pay plan as presented.
Thank you very much. You've heard the recommendation from administration. I will entertain a motion for approval. Motion made by Mr. Contreras, seconded by Mrs. Webb. All those in favor, Mr. Contreras? In favor, myself in favor, Diana Gonzalez in favor, Amy Haynes in favor, Mrs. Webb in favor, Mr. Smith in favor, and Mr. Overfeld. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Next item we have is closed session. We're permitted to go into closed session by sections 551.071 and 551.074. The time is 9:31 p.m. We are now in closed session. If a vote is required, it will be taken upon reconvening back into open session. We're now in closed session. The time is 10:05 p.m. We are reconvening into open session. No action was taken in executive session. We're down to item 21 on our agenda. First item we have is 21A, consideration to approve the recommendation of new personnel, district vacancies and resignations. Aide Garcia.
We don't have any recommendations for personnel other than the nurses.
Yes, we can go to item B, consideration to approve the position of registered nurse at Lamar Elementary School.
Yes, sir. It is the recommendation of administration that the Board of Trustees approve Veronica Gutierrez as registered nurse for Lamar Elementary.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion for approval? Motion from Mr. Smith, seconded by Amy Haynes. All those in favor, Mr. Contreras? In favor, myself in favor, Diana Gonzalez. In favor, Mrs. Webb in favor, Mr. Smith. In favor, and Mr. Orfeld. In favor, and Amy Haynes. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We go into item C, 21C, consideration to approve the position of registered nurse at San Felipe Memorial Middle School. Aide Garcia.
Yes, sir. It is the recommendation of administration that the Board of Trustees approve Viviana Garza as registered nurse for San Felipe Memorial Middle School.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion for approval? Motion made by Mrs. Webb, seconded by Mr. Contreras. All those in favor, Mr. Contreras? In favor, myself in favor, Diana Gonzalez. In favor, Mrs. Webb. In favor, Mr. Smith. In favor, and Mr. Orfeld. In favor, Amy Haynes. Motion carries unanimously, 7 votes. Next item we have is 22, Superintendent's Report. First item, date for the December regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. Dr. Rios.
Yes, Mr. Mesa, as we do every year, we always reschedule the December board meeting from the 3rd Monday of the month to the 2nd Monday of the month because of a holiday, and this happens to be one of those days. So instead of meeting on December 21st, the regular board meeting will be on December 14th. So if you all will please adjust your calendars so that we can have our regular board meeting on December 14th.
Okay. And item B, Board of Trustees Workshop.
Yes, Mr. Mesa, we will have the ISO training on Tuesday, December 1st at 5:30 at the Garfield Cafeteria. It'll be we'll use it the whole cafeteria. Everybody will have their own table. It'll be significantly distant. If all 7 board members are present, then the state will give you credit for the team of 8 training as well. So the service center will combine the team of 8 training with the ISO training, but it will be on Tuesday, December 1st at 5:30, and I've checked with every board member. Every board member indicated they could be present on that day.
Okay, 5 p.m., 5:30.
Well, we'll start logging people in or checking people in at 5 p.m. And we'll start promptly at 5:30. So if you can please get there anytime between 5 and 5:30, it'll be great.
Okay, good. Thank you for those announcements. And there being no other item on the agenda, is there a motion for adjournment? Motion by Mr. Orfeld, seconded by Mrs. Webb. All those in favor? Mr. Contreras in favor. Everybody's in favor. All 7 board members that unanimously approve. We are adjourned. Thank you and have a good night, everyone.
Thank you. Thanksgiving.